Good morning. Welcome to
Recording in progress.
the May 2nd, 2024 meeting of the Palo Alto Architecture Review Board. Can we have a roll call, please?
Chair Balte,
Present.
Vice Chair Rosenberg,
Present.
Board Member Adcock,
Present.
Board Member Chen,
Present.
Board Member Hirsch.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Next item on our agenda is public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to address us on any item not on our agenda today? Staff, do we have anyone?
I have no requests to speak.
Okay, there will be plenty of time to speak on items on our agenda. This is extra to that. Okay, next item on our agenda is agenda changes, additions, and deletions. I have no changes. Staff, do we have any changes?
None today.
Thank you. Next item on our agenda is city official reports. Staff?
Good morning, board members. Claire Raybold, Principal Planner. Yes, for the upcoming hearings, I did want to note, I do have Rosenberg also out on the June 20th hearing, so I forgot to add that, but I will add that for the next item. Please do let me know if you will also be out on 6/20 because we do need a quorum. So if anybody else is not going to be here, we'll have to cancel that.
I'll get back to you later. I think
Okay.
so.
Okay, thank you.
Your cousin is getting married.
For upcoming items, we will have the work plan coming back on May 16th, as well as 2 master sign programs. They're very similar, proposed by the same applicant. So we are doing it as one report, but there's 2 different master sign programs for 525 University and 535 Lytton. We plan to also have elections that day pending council's decision on appointments prior to if that comes out prior to the release of the document, but I believe it's planned for next Monday for the appointments. And then we're also hoping to have ad hoc for 800 San Antonio. And then
Claire, could you kindly remind us who's on that ad hoc for 800 San Antonio? Because that's one of the days I'm out. I want to make sure it's not me.
Oh, you're right. I think it is Rosenberg and Hirsch. I'll double check that.
I think me and
I
Hirsch.
think it might have been
Yeah.
reassigned.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we met with the applicant already. We'll report on that, but yeah, it's David and me on the 800.
Oh, you already met with the
Yeah.
applicant for 800?
And this is a follow-up,
Oh, okay.
so I'm
Okay.
not on it. Correct. Great.
Okay,
no problem.
I thought I remembered that one being assigned to somebody else. Yeah. Okay, so you won't be on that ad hoc, so we should be able to move forward and finalize that. June 6th, we are hoping to have 640 Waverly do a first formal, and we'll have the lighting and bird safe glazing ordinances that didn't end up going today. We decided to take a little bit more time to refine that those ordinances. So new projects. I miswrote this. It's actually 762 San Antonio that was filed. A builder's remedy project proposing demolition of 3 existing commercial buildings and construction of 7-story multifamily residential building containing 198 rental apartments. And this is on packet page 12. And then we had a new pre-app come in for SB 330 pre-app for 531 Stanford for housing project in the RM30. And we had a new revised SB 330. This is really the same project that was originally proposed months and months ago, but their pre-app expired, so they are re-upping their SB 330 pre-app. And with that, I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, so we have one new project at 531 Stanford without an ad hoc committee assigned. Is that correct?
Correct.
So I'm gonna I think that's a fairly important project. I'm going to look for volunteers to be on an ad hoc committee for that project. Board Member Chen would like to do that. Who would like to join her? Board Member Rosenberg. So let's assign Chen and Rosenberg, please, to that one. Okay, with that, we're going to move on to our next item, which is a study session. 3980 El Camino Real, request for streamlined housing development review to allow the redevelopment of the Buena Vista Village Mobile Home Park into 2 parcels, featuring a new 100% affordable housing development. One parcel would include a 61-unit multifamily apartment building. The other parcel would include a 44-unit occupant-owned mobile home park. The proposed 61-unit development and work within the city's public right-of-way is subject to the city's review. Redevelopment of the mobile home park is subject to HCD review. The project includes a request for concessions and waivers pursuant to state density bonus law. This is a study session. Nonetheless, I'd like to ask for disclosures, although voluntary. Does anyone have anything to disclose about this site? Board Member Hirsch? Any disclosures?
Just visited the site.
Board Member
Yesterday.
Rosenberg?
I visited the site this week.
Board Member Chen?
No disclosure.
I visited the site, and just one other note of observation is from the plans, it was unclear. The lot that's directly adjacent on the north, or I guess east, looks like, at least on the Google Maps, looks like additional mobile homes, but that area is empty, has foundations left over from previous, looks like from previous mobile homes, but nothing's there.
Which area are you talking about?
Towards El Camino,
Towards El Camino. Oh, yes, okay. Okay, I
like
just-
kind of north, east end past the mobile home portion, but part of this larger site plan.
I'd like to disclose that I visited the site. I also had correspondence with Sandy Sloan, who's a member of the Alta Housing Board of Directors, regarding the need for private open space on affordable housing types. She felt strongly that it was not necessary because of the additional cost. And I wanted to disclose that to my colleagues. Okay, with that, can we have a staff report, please?
Yes, thank you so much. So as you noted, the project before you today is 3980 El Camino Real, a streamlined housing development review application submitted by the Santa Clara County Housing Authority. And the project location is noted as El Camino, but it actually fronts Los Robles Avenue. I just want to point out, just because it was brought up in the disclosures, this is the area that was being referenced by Board Member Adcock that did formerly have some additional mobile homes that were removed a while ago from that area. So the site will not encompass that area, which does have an easement still over it for emergency access. So just a brief overview of the project. They are proposing to construct 61-unit multifamily apartment building that's 100% affordable. The project will include a vesting tentative map, which they have just this week filed for, that we will separately be considering. But the way that this was reviewed was looking at the site, the proposed parcel based on the lot split that was proposed. So it will be on a 1.69 acre parcel. Surrounding uses include single family to the rear of the lot over here, a affordable housing site to the west that Alta Housing owns. And then to the east along El Camino Real is commercial uses. And then there's multifamily uses across the street in a planned community zone district. This is a state density bonus project, and they're eligible for and requesting a density bonus of 36 dwelling units per acre, which is an 80% density bonus. They're looking at 4 concessions, one for height, 36 feet where 30 feet is allowed, facade breaks, which I'll touch on a little bit more in this presentation. Unit entries, they have ground floor units that are all internal, have all internal entries. The percentage of the frontage that's dedicated to utilities and surface parking exceeds the maximum allowance. They are asking also for waivers from floor area, private open space, site open space, and parking lot shading requirements. So some key considerations before the board today. We do want to note that this is a Housing Accountability Act project. So ultimately, the project cannot be denied or the density reduced except for safety purposes. The project is also subject to Senate Bill 330 streamlining. And so that does mean that we can only have 5 total hearings for this project. And for the streamlined housing development, we want you to look at today some opportunities for improving consistency with the objective standards. Some of the things that were noted and highlighted in the report included that we felt could potentially be changed related to some of the facade improvements, maybe how they could improve the breaks to better align with the objective standards. Possibly open space, as Board Member Balte noted, whether it makes sense to have any private open space areas. And then the ground floor unit design. We noted in the staff report that they're asking for a concession for this design. We're not sure that it necessarily makes sense to try and have revise the design to have the ground floor units have exterior access. So your input on that would be appreciated. And then in terms of next steps, the applicant would refine the plans based on ARB feedback. We are in the process of completing the CEQA review. We are anticipating a categorical exemption, a class 32 exemption for infill. And so we're working diligently to try and complete that document so that it's ready in time for council to make a determination on this project in June. And we are currently anticipating a June 17th hearing with council pending completion of that CEQA analysis. So our recommendation to you today is to conduct a study session to provide feedback on whether minor adjustments to the application would result in closer adherence to the contextual design criteria, objective design standards contained in Chapter 1824. Objective standards and consistent with the streamlined review pursuant to 1877-073 for housing development projects. And with that, I'll turn it back to you. And I know the applicant does also have a presentation.
Great, thank you for that presentation. Let's hear from the applicant next, please. You will have 10 minutes to speak.
No, but the presentation itself. Okay.
I think I did share. Before you start, I'll ask you to state and spell your name for the record so the transcriber gets it right.
My name is Chris Adhikari. It's K-R-I-S, first name. Last name is A-D-H-I-K-A-R-I.
Thank you. We'll start the timer whenever you're ready.
Wait for it to be up. Doesn't make a huge difference for what I'm saying, to be honest. I'm happy to. Yeah. If I start my introduction without the slides up, will we be able to reconnect that?
Why don't you just wait till you're ready?
Okay,
And as
thank
soon as you feel you can make your presentation, we'll get started.
Okay, thank you. I don't.
Well, we could. Staff is pretty busy with, I was trying to minimize questions till the end. I don't know, that's what everybody thought. I have lots of questions for staff. It's complicated.
Okay, thank you.
Are we set?
My-
Ready to go?
Ready to go.
Okay.
My name is Chris Audicari. I'm project manager with the Santa Clara County Housing Authority, and I am joined in person and virtually by various members of our design and development team. And good morning, board members. We are so excited to be here today, and we greatly appreciate your time and the opportunity for feedback. Also, big thank you to our city partners, Claire with Planning, and the city manager's office. And before we jump into it, let me just set the stage for our project. In 2017, the city of Palo Alto, the county of Santa Clara, and the Housing Authority came together to preserve Buena Vista as an affordable housing resource for the diverse families who live there as they were facing threat of displacement. It represents the best of our housing values, and it fell to the Housing Authority to help carry out the community's big picture goals for the project. And meeting our varied goals ended up requiring a full redevelopment, and the very project that we are proposing today is needed to meet the commitments that we made to the community as a city, county, and housing authority when we acquired the park. We came up with our design informed by a great deal of resident and stakeholder engagement, and we are so pleased to be here today and share a plan that positions us to accomplish our shared goals. And while I personally find the policy details quite interesting myself, we are here to discuss design for the apartment portion of the redevelopment. And with that, I will pass it over to Fred Pollock.
Good morning, board members. I'm Fred Pollock. It's
Spell it out.
FREDPOLLACK. I'm with Van Meter Williams Pollock. We're the architects assisting the Housing Authority and the residents in re-envisioning Buena Vista. The slide in front of you shows the overall development. So it's one big parcel now, and we're going to be splitting the lot into two parts to create the parcel for the apartment. The apartment sits on the west portion. It's adjacent to the Alta Housing Project. It's adjacent to R1, a single family as well. We're also improving the Los Robles frontage with new bike lane, new parking, and new street tree planting. Next slide, please. In terms of the general approach to the site, basically the important portion of the idea is to connect the apartment building to the mobile home park. So it's one development. So once the site is identified, we looked at the edges, both the RM1 condition and the R30 condition, took the easements, set the circulation, and it establishes kind of the placement of the building. Next slide. And this is a series of diagrams just showing the developable area. This reflects the setbacks and then the daylight plane, which is required adjacent to the RM1 and the RM20 zoning. Next slide, please. And then looking at circulation in order to make it efficient and affordable, it is surface parked for the new apartment building, as well as new connections that connect to the existing circulation in the mobile home park. Next slide. This is a resulting volume. Next slide. And then working both with council when we had an information center with information session with city council, as well as with the residents, was important to address shared open space and shared amenities. So the site is carved out to create a courtyard open space that both the mobile home park residents and the apartment residents can use. Next slide. After that, it is part of articulating the mass of the building, both in emphasizing bays, vertical breaks, accentuating entries, but primarily identifying those shared common programs, which are the teen room, which is the homework club, which is an integral part of life at Buena Vista, as well as a common room where there'll be a kitchen and spill out space for the residents for the entire park, the apartments and the mobile home residents. Next slide. How are we doing on the next slide, Michael? There we go. And so what this results in is the proposed site plan. And you can see it's a C-shaped building that creates an outdoor room. The management office is right at the corner at the main entry into the site, so you get eyes on the street. There's the common area that's adjacent to the outdoor space and the teen room. Both of those programs are illustrated in that lighter pink. That shared flexible outdoor space becomes an outdoor living room, an outdoor place for socializing. Units and services ring the rest of the ground floor. Next slide, please. The overall massing is described here, again, at the prominent corner in the entry to the street that connects both parcels is the management office, the teen room, the community room. The massing is articulated. You can go to the next one, Michael, that's fine. Thank you. The elevations are articulated with both material shifts, plane shifts. There are some facade breaks. There is a base, middle, top reading to it. And the materials vary from a horizontal siding to a cement plaster exterior and a variety of colors. Next slide, please. And that click back one, please. Thank you. And also illustrated is that daylight plane, and you can see we are well out of that daylight plane setback requirement from the adjacent RM zones. Next slide, please. In terms of material, this touches a bit more detail on that, the way we have wrapped both the bay windows with the horizontal siding. It is cement fiberboard. The color palette was developed through work with the residents in trying to create a brighter color palette that is a little bit reminiscent of what the mobile homes are like there now. It is these kind of interesting brighter color mix. The main common features, the teen room and the community room, are featured in a brighter red color as well. Let's go to the next slide. So in terms of the way it comes together, this is illustrative of the way the parts come together. This shows the main entry, the openings of the courtyard, which directly relates to common space, outdoor space, which is planned for the mobile home park side. So you can have this kind of heart of the community for all the residents. Next slide. And just some quick images that show this overall, that open space connection back to the courtyard and common amenities. Next slide. This is the view from the adjacent RM30 apartment building, kind of an aerial look to show that we do have a large setback. It's about 70 feet on the back, maybe around that amount, plus the articulation on the south side, the vertical breaks, the window fenestration, the bay corners wrapping and extending out of the building. Next slide. This shows some of the open space, just a view looking from the mobile home park open space and that connection back to the courtyard and community area. Next slide. And lastly, this is the barbecue area, which is an extension of the common room. There's a kitchen in the common room. This will flow out to the community barbecue area, this flexible outdoor courtyard that's planned as part of the building, and connecting back to the open space at the mobile home park. That ends our formal presentation, and we're available for questions.
Thank you very much. Next, we would like to open the meeting to comment from the public. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak to us?
Yes, I have one speaker card from Winter Dellenbach.
If you could, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Winter Dellenbach, WinterDellenbach. Good morning. I strongly support this extraordinary project. I'm proud that our city and county contributed $14.5 million toward its purchase, and thank Housing Authority for your hard work and dedication, and the fine architects Van Meter, Williams, and Pollock. At their March BV study session, 4 city council members declared, "We have to get this right." In that spirit, after reviewing plans and reports, I have a couple concerns and recommendations. As you heard Mr. Pollock say, this is one community. We can mark lines, we can split part, whatever. This is one community, and it's been designed and sensitive to that. It's a wonderful community of people. I would like to know how many parking spaces there are for the entire 4.5 acres. I don't see how you folks can think about parking just as one issue. If you don't know, because it's all going to impact each other. And I think you should ask that question. Regarding trees, a plan chart shows that all 60 trees at BV's 4.5 acres and along Los Robles Avenue are proposed for removal, a total clear cut. New trees would take decades to provide cooling shade, given BV is a severe heat island with residents wanting more trees, as many should be saved as possible. One tree in particular, number 75, could make up for the deficit of parking lot shade if it were saved. It's not clear it can be. When the surrounding home is torn down, it should be reevaluated and not just marked for removal now. So I think that the parking lot shade issue deficit may be up in the air. The tree ordinance requires a tree-by-tree evaluation with specific reasons cited for removal, but such an analysis is mostly missing. This must be rectified before final approval. 12 Lombardy poplar trees are proposed for planting adjacent to BV mobile homes along Los Robles Avenue, with another 5 or 10 planted between rows of other homes. This tree should not be used at all. It has aggressive, evasive roots that can travel far from where it's planted. Experts say it should never be planted adjacent to homes or drainage systems, yet that is now planned. The poplar is extremely susceptible to breakage, pests, and stem canker disease that kills nearly all of them within 10 to 20 years. Please recommend another type of tree be used. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have anyone else, please?
Yes, one on Zoom from Chris Brosnan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Good morning. We can hear you fine.
Awesome. Yes, I just wanted to second the idea about the trees. I've noticed with these construction projects, it seems like the construction companies would rather just clear cut everything, make the, construction a lot simpler that way. But we have a lot of history, very awesome trees in Palo Alto. And I would also like to recommend that we plant native trees. I'm not sure why we're still planting random trees that don't belong in our ecosystem. It would be a lot better to plant oak trees. I know that they're a little more problematic, but they're also very beautiful. But anyway, I just wanted to second all that sentiment I just heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have anyone else, please?
I have no other requests to speak.
Okay, we'll close the meeting to public comment and bring it back to the board. Let's do a round of questions of either the staff or the applicant. Who has a question to start? Board Member Hirsch or Board Member Chen? You previously, go ahead, Board Member Chen.
Thank you, staff and applicant for your presentation. First, I have a few questions to the staff. So in the packet, it said, I want to understand the timeline because it said the pre-application was submitted last December and it phrased the standard for 180 days and now it's already in May. So I want to know like how it will affect the.
So it freezes the sorry, I should have been more clear in the report. It freezes it for 180 days and you have to submit your formal application within that 180 days. If you submit your formal application within that 180 days, then it's frozen for that project.
So
Yeah.
for this,
Yeah.
so for this one, is it has already been submitted for the.
Yeah. No, and then each resubmittal, they have 90 days between each resubmittal.
I
And
see.
if you miss that, you again lose your SB 330.
Okay, thank you. And one more question about the concession and waivers. Could you please clarify which one is related to the budget, the cost?
Concessions.
Concessions,
Mhm.
okay.
And I did note in the staff report that they haven't provided the cost savings that it would give them for each of those concessions. So that is still an outstanding item that we would request if
Thank you.
they want those concessions.
And on packet page 27, so it listed a number of open space. So what's the difference between like site open space, usable open space, common and private open space? Do they have any overlap or how to calculate it? On packet page 27.
So each one has a separate definition in the code. So let me go back. So private open spaces is individual to each unit and only accessible to that unit. The common open space is the shared open space between everybody.
And that include the hallway and the.
No,
Okay.
open space needs to
The
be open
usable.
and usable to above,
Mhm.
yeah. Hold on one second. So I can give you each the definite. So usable open space means outdoor or unenclosed areas on the ground or on a roof, balcony, deck, porch, patio, or terrace, designed and accessible for outdoor living, recreation, or pedestrian access, but excluding parking facilities, driveways, utilities and service areas, or other areas with mechanical equipment. And usable open space includes common open space like courtyards, park areas, private open spaces. So usable open space is common and private.
Okay.
Let's see. Yeah, so landscaping is the overarching, it includes, all landscaping on the site, shrubbery and trees and all that sort of area as well.
So that's why the number is more than the total number. Like the common open space plus the private open space, it's like 125 square foot per unit, and then the usable open space is 150. That's why there are some.
Yes, the landscaping should be the largest number. That's the overarching umbrella. And so how it is written on page 27, the numbers should be going down as the columns go down.
Okay. And the site open space is.
Landscaping and site open space is the same thing, and that's what includes all the shrubbery and things,
Okay.
as well as, common open space.
Okay, thank you for clarification.
Can I interject? Does private open space count towards the common or site open space requirements?
Private counts towards usable.
Yeah.
And landscape. But common and private are separate, and then they feed up from there.
That's my question to the staff for now.
Any other questions? Board Member Hirsch, go ahead.
Well, I wonder if we could have the applicant respond to the two questionable issues, one being the parking requirement and the other one, the trees issue.
Sorry, say that again. Have them respond to trees? What specific?
Let's formulate a question.
Issue of the trees, which ones are retained and which ones are going to be removed, and their justification for what they've designed as removals. And what was the other one?
Let's keep the trees. We'll come back to you in a second. To the applicant, please, could you step to the microphone and explain to us why you need to remove all the trees? That's your question, right, David? Essentially, yeah. Or if you have whoever's doing that part of your project, we want to know why.
Board members, Fred Pollock again, architect. Do I need to spell my name again? No, once is enough. Okay.
Speak into the microphone, please.
I'll try to answer the questions. Let's start with the trees. So the existing mobile home park is mainly paving. There are some existing trees. Some of the counts that we have been provided, and I believe are illustrated in the report. Let me just, I grabbed the wrong paperwork. Hold on. So for the apartment building, we're removing 19 trees. And some of these are in locations that are very challenging for us to maintain. Part of that is just getting EVA around the building, fire access. But we are removing 19 trees and we are planting 54. Okay. And again, I mean, it's unfortunate that the existing site has so much paving, but we are fortunate to be able to go back and plant a lot of tree coverage. All right. Those are the numbers on the apartment side.
So the question, if I could interrupt, is why do you need to remove all 17 existing trees?
I think there's a variety of reasons for each tree. And I don't know the specifics on every tree, but some are along the frontage. The primary trees, and I don't know, we don't have the arborist online, do we?
The arborist is online.
The arborist is online?
No, sorry, not the arborist, the landscape architect.
Would it be helpful to have the landscape architect opine on this?
Would you like to hear from the landscape architect, board members? Yes, please.
All right.
If you could have that
If I
person
may
join online.
interrupt, if staff could have L 0.08 on
Do
the
you have
screen,
them?
that would be really helpful.
Okay.
Yeah, let's get sheet L 0.08 on the line so we can actually see and so the public can see what we're talking about here.
And do you want me to touch briefly on the parking while that's getting set
No,
up, or
let's
do you
go
want to stay with
one
that?
item at a time. Let's
All right.
discuss the trees. It's
Okay.
obviously of importance to the community. We want to be sure we've gone through that.
Okay, very good.
So do we have,
Well, as I wait for you to load L008, just introduce myself. My name is Eric Jensen. I'm a landscape architect on the project.
could you please spell your name for the record?
Sure, it's
Sorry.
ERIKJENSEN.
Thank you very much.
Of
So
course.
if you could focus on answering the question, please. Why do the trees need to be removed?
Right. Well, there are kind of a variety of reasons. Each one of these is a specific instance. We have some more information about removals and the whys that are contained in our entitlements resubmittal. So I would encourage folks to review those documents, but I can give a high level kind of report on what's going on. Because of the extent of the paving and also because of the kind of the reality of the mobile home park being somewhat ad hoc, there are a decent number of trees on site, but very few of them are suitable for preservation because they're kind of stuck in random places and openings in paving schemes. And some of them are even in raised planters. And so, you know, the vast majority of these things are sort of ad hoc placements by residents, as at least particularly on the right-hand side of the mobile home park. And if we look at the apartment side, which is, you know, I think specifically under review this morning, you know, you can see the constraints that we're dealing with. You know, we have a few trees at plan left that are small, that are sitting in what we need for parking and for emergency access and egress. So those, you know, we feel we're replacing with much better, more suitable tree stock. You know, as was mentioned, we have 54 trees going in. The vast majority of those are climate adaptive oak trees that are disease resistant and should thrive in this space. So we feel like we're making progress. Tree 75 was specifically mentioned. That's up at the top. There are a variety of constraints there. Our arborist feels strongly that tree 75 will fail once the building is removed. It's actually been cut through both the floor and the ceiling of residence that was, you know, kind of modified outside of normal permitting to incorporate a tree growing through it. And so what happens is the tree is relying on that building for a scaffold and likely does not have the root structure it would need to hold itself up. So our arborist has deemed that to be a public safety hazard. And then, of course, we also have requirements for fire access along the parking lot under that tree canopy that we couldn't meet. And then, as was mentioned at the south, or, you know, yeah, there's a great photo of it. And you can see also, you know, at the top where it's punching through the roof, you can see the inclusion and already started the tree starting to fail at that codominant split. And if we scroll down, you can see also south of the building, we do have to remove a few trees to get access for utilities, infrastructure, and all the required equipment that we need to support the apartment complex. And that does require removing a few of the trees along the road easement. But again, we're replacing those with more trees of a longer and more substantive quality. Specifically Quercus hyperleucoides, which has had a lot of great success in the Palo Alto area lately. And you know, arborists are pretty excited about it being a disease and climate adaptive species.
Thank you. I'd say you answered that question.
Oh,
Board Member
yes.
Hirsch, is that satisfactory? for your
Very
question?
satisfactory. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you very much to the landscape architect. Board
Yeah.
Member Hirsch, continue with your questions.
Well, the other sort of major concern that we've heard is the parking. Maybe you could speak to that.
What is the question about the parking, though, David?
The amount of parking that's provided relative to the need.
Staff, is that best by you or the applicant? That kind of, how much parking do we have and is it appropriate?
We feel that the parking for the apartment complex area we've evaluated and is appropriate. It's 79 spaces being proposed, although I think you'll note that in the staff report, we noted that there is a requirement to have one car loading space, like an Uber type space. And so we did recommend that one of those spaces be used for that. They are also redesigning the frontage and still including a few public parking spaces along that frontage. But I think that the applicant would need to speak because I think the question from the public was also as it relates to the whole site, and I'm not as familiar with the mobile home portion of the site.
Okay,
So.
so we hear from the applicant then, David, about the parking?
Well, I
requirement?
think that satisfies it for me.
Okay,
that
your
if
question.
they-
So
yeah.
you're satisfied
Mhm.
with that? Any
Yeah,
other?
sure, of course.
Thank you, Claire. Board Member Adcock, questions?
Thank you. Actually, I had the same question, but with a follow-up, because I had the same note of the 79 parking spaces is noted and calculated for the apartment building. But when I just look at the overall site, and I know we're not evaluating the mobile home side, but I see two small areas of parking on the mobile home side, and I'm just curious, where's the parking for the mobile home side so that the 79 parking is not doubled for both? If the applicant could answer that, that would be really helpful.
So I'll give a little overview on that. The Plan 44 mobile homes and coaches, which are part of the mobile home park. Each one has parking adjacent to it. So, typically in a mobile home, you have your unit and then you park next to it. Some of those also include tandem spaces. So what you're seeing on the plans include both the little lot areas and parking adjacent to the actual mobile home. And, that will be looked at with HCD. We are going to be providing greater than 1-to-1 there overall. And I'm sorry that I don't have the specific numbers. I didn't really come prepared to talk about the HCD reviewed side of the development.
To my colleagues, that the mobile home park is reviewed by the Housing and Community Development Department of the state. So it's not under our purview. We want to be very careful how close we tread to that. I think the legitimate question, however, is do you think there will be overflow pressure from the mobile home park that fills the apartment building parking lot? That's an open parking lot. And if the mobile homes are not adequately parked, that'll put additional pressure on the other building. Is that a fair
Yeah,
follow-up on your
exactly.
question?
That's my question.
So can you respond or say anything about that?
Yeah. Chris is just commenting that the parking's assigned in the apartment building. So that lot will be assigned to the residents of the apartment building to help manage that. I mean, clearly parking is an issue at any development, but hopefully this will lead to a little more organized and adequate parking solution for the total park.
Yep. Yeah, thank you. That's helpful. So can I follow up with other questions totally unrelated to parking? So I'll go into trees, but not about the existing trees. One of the waivers you're asking for is the reduced coverage over the parking. It's, at least looking at the site plan, it seems like, I think you're proposing 24%, if I remember correctly, versus 35. Could you do better? I do see areas where it is possible to plant additional trees. And my concern is, this is a pretty large parking lot directly adjacent to housing. And we don't want to create a bigger heat island effect than necessary. And it seems like you could have a little bit more shade coverage, even if you don't hit 35%. Could we get to 30? Is this the best you can do in terms of tree coverage over the parking area?
Do you want to ask that to the landscape architect or the architect?
I would say the landscape architect.
Yeah, can we bring the landscape architect on board again for that? Mr. Jensen, can you respond to that question, please?
Yeah, of course. We've done our best to fit the trees in and provide coverage. I think one thing that we're dealing with is just the compression between the building and the parking lot. But we have trees out beyond where we have clearances that we need to allow the trees. Earlier, one of the earlier comments was mentioning the Lombardy poplar in the mobile home park, and it's the comment's well taken. But you'll note sometimes we are using narrower canopy diameters just to try to fit in trees where we can. So, we feel like we've planted as many trees as we pretty much can fit. But I would also note when we're thinking about the parking lot shade concerns that the building itself is providing quite a bit of shade, which also, will extend out over the parking lot. So when we've done modeling and analyses of shade over the parking lot, we found that, even though the code kind of excludes it, we are looking at a reasonably shady parking lot just because of that building shade as well.
Okay, please keep your focus on the question, which was, could you do better on your design? I heard you say, no, this is the best you can do. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement, yes.
Thank you. Board Member Adcock, any other questions?
Yes, my next question is for the applicant, for the architect, I'm particularly looking at the massing of your building where you have certain areas where you have pop outs. So my first question is, how are those being supported? I believe your design and the intent is to do wood frame structure. I appreciate the large overhang pop outs on the west and on pretty much all directions. But looking at your rendering, it looks like the thickness of those pop-out boxes below the window line is about a thickness of a floor, maybe a little bit more. Is the framing, once you figure out framing, going to make those overhangs come down lower, like in the parking side and such? So that's one question on the additive portions of the massing. And then you have other areas where it's subtractive. For instance, if I go to floor plan page on A 2.11, where you have, actually, let me go back to the one before, the first floor plan, A 2.10, where on the plan south, which I guess is east, you have where the doors entrance, the side entrances into the hallways are. If I go the next plan page over, on the left of the plan, the end of the hallway steps back. So is that a little balcony? What is that roof? I just want to make sure that all of those ins and outs are thought through, and if that changes the massing once you sort those out.
Fred Pollock. Those are great observations. And I will say that we intend to cantilever these. It may require added thickness. So I would say that's a good observation. We're going through structural coordination now as we're working through design development, and those areas could thicken. There's no intention of including a balcony space. That'll be a roof area. So it'll be either a sheet metal roof or some sort of TPO or something. And we will be working with it. We do have, common areas on the ground floor that are going to require some steel frame to allow the larger spans, right? And with that steel frame, there will be capabilities to include some of these cantilever areas. Okay, so the detail of it's not worked out, but
you're not intending to add columns for those overhangs, correct?
That's the intention, correct? Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Then, if you don't mind staying there, my next question is about also sort of related to massing. In your renderings, you had the red areas that are like the two special spaces. I wonder about the logic of the white, the green areas. If you could pull up the rendering views, that would be helpful. I think on your presentations were better illustrated than what's in our packet.
What page are you looking at?
It was on their presentation, which was more clearer than here, but on our packet, I suppose 1.20 would be the closest place to look at it.
If you can pull it back up.
Let me see if I can get their packet up. Hold on. Since it has a better rendering. Or do you have?
Michael's trying to pull it up. I think I can speak to it a little bit while we're looking for the graphic. So the red are those special areas, the teen room and the common room. And then the green are the recessed areas. So it's identifying kind of the recessed entries as well as the recess, the way the recess reads under the pop out for the management office. So the idea is that it kind of guides you around the corner to where the main entry and the canopy is over the main entry into the lobby.
So is it fair to say that every time you have the beige siding, it is a pop out or some kind of additive piece versus the green and white are the backdrop?
I have to say we are not fully consistent because the bays are the horizontal siding to get that texture and scale, but we also used a pattern of kind of an inset accent to break the white massing, to carry just a bit of that pattern through so that, visually it breaks it down a little bit more. You can see these areas where there's accents kind of pulled around windows. And in that case,
it's 2 spots on your east elevation. Is that what you're talking about on your east?
Yeah, the east elevation. That's correct. Yeah.
And so while I'm looking at the east elevation, still kind of beyond, you have the green and the white. And actually like throughout, like what's the logic for where it's green versus where it's white?
So I think just in terms of the overall massing, the white is the main mass.
Mhm.
And then there's additives with the bays, the horizontal siding. And then there's the recesses with the green accent. And those are entryways on the ground floor or recesses on the other elevations.
So in, say in plan or even section, the green versus white are pretty coplanar. It's like, for instance, on south elevation on A 3.10. Is there, because you mentioned that green is a recess, but is that a logic that follows through all around?
Yeah, I think I don't know what the degree of that recess is. I don't know if we're 6 inches back or it's planar. I don't know on that specific side.
Okay.
All right. I would have to look at that plan in detail a little bit more. I think you're referring to the green area, which is between the two pop outs,
Mhm.
right?
And that versus the white below, is that coplanar or not?
Yeah, I believe there is a recess there, but it's not a dramatic recess. It may be six inches or a foot. We do have overhang on the parapet above where that's shown. Michael, do you have that in the set? Can I see? Do we have that drawn on the south side? That detail. All right, we're gonna look for the detail to see if I can get you more specific answer.
I don't want to waste everybody's time. But yeah, if you can follow up later, that's totally fine. Last question is that barbecue area, the red area that kind of extends beyond towards the courtyard. Actually, I think the material board is here somewhere, but like, what's the plan for the top portion of the red? Actually, this red says brick paver. I don't think that's the intent, right, for this red.
Yeah, that's the name of the color.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So is that a paint finish on stucco?
Generally, we do an integral color finish on stucco, which is part of the final finish coat. It's integral in spraying on the stucco, the final finish coat.
Okay, and so as it wraps the top and also that recess in the barbecue area that you showed in the render.
Yeah.
What is the material intent for that picture frame and the top?
Yeah, the material in the cutout will also be plaster. The top will be likely sheet metal painted to cover it. We can need roofing on top of that.
Okay.
We wouldn't be extending the stucco on top of it.
And the sill in that barbecue rendering, that whole frame would be stucco only?
Yeah, the sill is likely to be all integrated with countertop material, but
Okay.
it'll have to be, all the waterproofing details and all that sort of thing.
Okay, thank
find
you.
it?
I will stop with my questions for right now.
Those are excellent questions.
But that does not mean I might not have more questions later.
No, I hope you do. You ask excellent
Thank you.
questions. Board Member Rosenberg, questions?
Yeah, I've got a couple. Staff, I noticed that there was a minor discrepancy in the FAR number that they're asking for. In the presentation, it said it was 0.99, and in the packet page 27, it says it's 0.86. So I just wanted clarification on which number we're actually looking at here.
Yeah, so there were some last minute changes to the floor area. There were some revisions to the plans, and we realized that the floor area needs to be based on the net lot area, which will exclude the new private street as well as the valley water easement along the frontage. And so originally they were asking for 0.86. But with the net lot area, which is what the floor area is supposed to be based on, it's 0.99. So they didn't increase the size of the square footage. In fact, it's slightly less, I think, than what was presented to council a few months ago. But we just revised based on that net lot area.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure we had clarification on that so that, they didn't get pigeonholed into 0.86 down the road. So if people are comfortable with the 0.99, we can proceed with that. I also, the 25% versus 35% of that minimum landscape site open space. For staff, how often have we seen concessions granted on this item? And I know I'm sort of pop quizzing you here, and I apologize for that. I'm just sort of curious what sort of precedent do we have as a city to allow that number to be reduced by that amount?
So we haven't had a whole lot of density bonus projects that have been approved at this
Mhm.
point. We're just kind of starting to. I know that we've had at least one other project, but there's only been about 4 projects.
Got
So
it. Okay, so not
there's
enough
not a
to
whole
set a
lot of
precedent.
precedent.
Fair enough. Just wanted to ask that.
And wait, sorry, was that related to the landscaping or was that related to the tree shading?
Minimum landscape / site open space,
Okay,
packet
yeah.
page 27.
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't really have enough of a precedent to set there, so just wanted to check that. Some pretty minor questions for the applicant. If you would stand back up at the podium, that would be great. I noticed that on the roof, you have absolutely every square inch covered in solar. Could you explain what the goal of that is?
We're trying. It's an all-electric building,
Okay,
so there's quite a bit of benefit to maximizing the solar
sure.
on the site, as well as a meeting to try to offset the battery requirements, which are also an expensive requirement for affordable housing developments to meet. The reality of it is it's ongoing process and coordination because there's mechanical equipment. We'll also need, we may need the fire department access defined, but we have tried to accommodate that.
Great.
Is that what you're looking for?
Sorry?
Does that answer your question?
Yes, I've got a couple more, so if you
Oh,
don't sit
okay.
down just quite yet. Related to that, I noticed that you have your electrical room and your mechanical room really on Los Robles. Is that for an access reason? Is there any possibility of relocating them to a slightly different location within the property? Just sort of curious, because that seems like a prime residential location. So I'm curious how tied you are to having that electrical and mechanical on that Los Robles space.
Yeah, I think the team agrees, but our issue is really in proximity in getting the transformers placed and the necessary distance to an electrical room from the transformer. With all electric buildings, I'm sure you're seeing this on everything you're reviewing, we're having higher and higher loads. So it requires more and more equipment. So that proximity is getting tighter and tighter, and we have more pads and more stuff that unfortunately we have to deal with visually.
Okay, and if my fellow board members don't mind me getting a little bit into the weeds here with the floor plans. I noticed on page A2.10, so basically the first floor plan, there's a nice access point on the north side of the building from the parking lot. But if you're sort of down by that orange 2-bedroom one on the Los Robles face, there's no real good way to get into the building from that corner. You kind of have to go all the way around the front or all the way down there. On the upper levels, that is designated as a hallway. And so I'm curious if there's any possibility for allowing, this is sort of a safety concern that people could get out quickly if needed to from that first floor. And if you're sort of smack in the middle of that hallway, it's a long run either direction. Now, just again, it's food for thought at this point. But having a secondary entrance on that ground level, was that considered? Is there a reason why it's not there?
Yeah, it's interesting because we had the same discussion in the office. If frankly, it comes down to trying to get the program in, and we have to meet a certain percentage of 2 and 3 bedrooms to qualify for the tax credit allocation. And so, part of that puzzle is just getting everything to fit.
Understood.
And so that unfortunately was a priority that we were not able to meet. And I think that is an observant comment. It's something we will consider. We'll consider if there's a good solution for it.
And then just on the upper levels, I also noticed you guys have this 1-bedroom junior suite. It does appear that bedroom space, while it's using, pocketing doors, items like that, it really does not have a window into that bedroom. Is there a reason that would have to be called a 1-bedroom junior, or could you just convert it to a studio and be done? Because it really, looking at the floor plan, it's a little problematic.
Well, I don't know what it should properly be called. They're oftentimes called like an embedded one bedroom.
Hmm.
The building code no longer, requires windows for designation for a bedroom. This allows a very livable unit and allows the flexibility, because if it was a studio, we'd lose the wall. It would just be one open space. So this allows that flexibility to actually have a sleeping space you can close off, so that if you are a single parent with a child, you could, have your kid in a separate area while you're kind of going and maintaining it, rather than in a studio environment where it would be completely open to the living room. It's an unusual unit type. You see it more in market rate developments, frankly, than you do in affordable, but it's one which the team felt could better serve the residents who are going to be moving into the building.
Okay. And then hopefully these are my last questions. Looking at your ground floor, you do have a one-bedroom apartment right next to the community room. Is there any concerns about sound? Will there be any sound attenuation in regard to that specific one bedroom?
Yeah, that's also a good point. Our typical party wall detail is 2 walls that provides good sound attenuation. And so we do intend to properly treat that wall for sound attenuation.
Great. I think that's all my questions at this time. Thanks very much for your time.
Please, if you could, I've got a question for you as well. Is it possible, had you considered raising the building up, say, a foot or two, so that the ground floor units have some separation from grade? I'm sure you've considered it. Why wouldn't it be done?
I haven't looked carefully enough at the fine grading to see if that makes sense to try to do it. I think I understand the intent of the comment. So I think that's something we could take into consideration.
Okay, well, my real question I jotted down was to have you explain how the courtyard works as a community space, especially regarding the spaces in front of the 2, 3 bedroom and 1 bedroom apartments fronting directly there at grade. But really the question comes down to what are the separations you can accomplish. And I hear you saying it's possible to consider raising the building or doing something different.
Okay, well, I guess that helps me understand the question a little bit better. So part of the intent with the design of that courtyard is to have that nice landscape buffer between the kind of action area in the courtyard and those units. And it's always a balance between kind of that privacy and visual connection. And so this way, in the landscape plan, we have a nice area for good planning to provide privacy for those units. So it should hopefully provide that. I think that's the concern you're bringing up.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what I'm driving towards. And then to staff, I guess, is that entire courtyard considered common open space, or is it landscape open space then? If the design intent is not to make it a common open space, but provide a privacy buffer. Okay, it becomes rhetorical at this point, but I'm just trying to drive towards understanding better how the courtyard really is going to function.
Livability.
And I think it's going to come down to the height of the building there. If I understand right, if you make the ground floor taller, the whole building gets taller, and we're already over the 30-foot height limit. Is that a concern for you, or is it more to do with, say, accessibility ramps, things like that, if you make the building taller?
It's would be more the connections from the corridors, because if the goal is to raise the unit level above finished floor, it's really to get the grading to work. So your entries, your trash access, your any bike rooms, any of that sort of thing can connect directly at grade. It has also the added challenge of potentially increasing cost, because if we have to start stepping slabs and sloping, it adds complexity to the ground floor.
Okay, my last question for you then, sir. I noticed out on the site a totally different design on the public placard about a month ago. And staff told me that this design came in just recently. It seems like a fairly large redesign. What was the reason behind doing this?
Cost.
Strictly no other
Cost.
Okay. And you did all this within the space of a month, is that right? It's a pretty impressive amount of work.
Agreed.
So then you'd say you have a fairly capable staff. You can turn this around in a month.
Yes, I'm just standing here, and everybody who did the works here or online, and they've done a fabulous job. Yeah.
Okay, great, great. So to my colleagues, I think more work might be possible then. Okay, to staff, I have some questions I'd like to really understand. We're done with you, thank you, sir. About the waivers and concessions. Concessions are things, they get up to 4 concessions, and what is the requirement to grant a concession? Is it just automatic, or is there some financial requirements?
They need to prove that the concession saves them money. So it's not a terribly high bar, but they would need to provide the information to support. They have provided that for the height. In reviewing the second round plan set, there was discussion back and forth about these objective standards. And so I think that the applicant intends to go back and see how they can improve and see if there's anything that could be done to better align with the standards without having to use a concession. But for now, they've noted waivers and concessions accordingly.
Okay. So a big picture, they're allowed 4 concessions, which have to be justified by increases in height and cost.
Mhm.
Okay, then on waivers, what is the standard required to grant a waiver?
Let me try and recall. I'm sorry. I'm trying to remember what the requirement is, exact language. They are eligible for unlimited waivers, but the waivers, yeah, it's waivers from physical standards, and it's basically based on what precludes you from building at the density that is proposed and that's allowed under the state density bonus. So they are proposing an 80% density bonus, 36 units where 20 dwelling units per acre, or sorry, 36 dwelling units per acre with 20 dwelling units per acre would otherwise be allowed. And that's based on the percentage and the income level at which they are providing. So they are maxing out their density. And then under Senate, the new language in state density bonus law per Assembly Bill 1762 allows them the 4 concessions and unlimited waivers for the 100% affordable at the income levels that they're providing. I believe it has to be 80% low income and 20% moderate, and they are providing 100% to low income or very low income.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to follow this, and I'm not. The waivers are granted because otherwise you would be reducing the density. In other words, a waiver has to be to a standard that would otherwise be reducing density.
Yeah, it would be physical standards affecting the building envelope that would, anything that would preclude them from the density that they are eligible for and wanting to propose.
And the process is typically that they would submit some sort of justification for this with each waiver as you review it?
Yes.
Have they submitted those justifications yet?
They have not for all of them, yeah.
So can you hypothesize for me on something like the facade modulation, facade breaks, where the code requires a 2-foot modulation? What would be the justification regarding density for allowing that? And how does a 2-foot modulation requirement reduce density if it's enforced?
So the facade breaks was a concession. So they would need to prove that's different from the waiver. So they would need to preclude that, they would need to determine if it would save them money.
I'm sorry, yes. So I'm if I could ask the same question regarding, I'll say, parking lot shading. Exempting them from the city requirement for parking lot shading, does that somehow prevent them from building at the density they're asking for? Is that the argument they're going to give you?
They would need to provide the argument for that. I think that would be more aligned with, at the density they're proposing, how much parking is required. They have the parking that they're proposing. can they provide more shading while still like meeting the parking requirements, basically?
I know that we haven't done too many of these projects. Is that the kind of argument that the planning department accepts? Generally as logic for this?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, good. I'm just
Because
trying to
there's
understand
all
what-
the other components that goes into providing that density. They still have to meet certain lands, you know, all the different requirements related to that density, basically.
Okay, last question is regarding how we should be considering this. As I understand it, the mobile home component of this project is going to be a totally separate site, which is a separate project under separate review. So we're looking at the apartment building on its 1.7 acre site, is that right? And that's the standards that we're judging by today. So it's the 1.7 acre site with a new apartment building on it, is how we should consider this.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to
Yeah.
hear. Yes, okay, I have no other questions. Do you have anything? Board Member Chen, you're smiling.
Yeah, I have one more question to the staff. So for the front setback, is it measured from the property line or from the easement? It seems like on the drawing, it's from the easement, so.
It was showing from the easement, but the setback is measured from the property line.
Okay, so let me see, check on the drawing. So
Yeah, I think they should.
because if you see sheet 0.10, it shows the dimension, the 20 foot minimum front yard setback is behind the easement line. So I want to know, the reason why I asked the question is, if that is where the setback measured, then can the upper floor be projected into the required setback?
So, sorry, I'm not understanding. They're pretty far from the setback, so I'm not.
Yeah, I just want to make
Yeah,
sure.
they could, yeah,
Okay,
yeah. They're not in the setback right now.
oh, okay,
you-
because on
but they
the drawing
could
sheet,
move it
it
closer.
says. Okay,
Yeah.
so it should, the required setback, it is from the property line.
It's
instead-
from the
okay,
property line, so they're exceeding the setback right now.
Okay. And I have a question to the applicant. So could you please briefly clarify the operation, the building operation? Like, I know you have a couple of office on site that seems like to watch the circulations. And also you have good size is a residential storage area on each of the floor. So I just want to know how it will be operated in the future and whether it makes sense to have the ground entry to directly connect to the outside, the ground units.
Yeah, Fred Pollock again. In terms of building operation, for the offices, there's management office and there's resident services office that helps coordinate services for the residents. There's also the resident storage. That was something that was requested by the residents at Buena Vista if there were opportunities to provide space for personal storage. Since, you know, we all know apartment living, there be tight units. Can you clarify a little bit more about your question about direct entries, please?
No, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure like whether since you have the office just right at the street corner, is it because you really want to watch like who comes into the building and that's why you don't have each of the unit have their direct access to the outside?
So the main lobby is adjacent to the management office and the teen rooms there also. So there's a bit of supervision both on the comings and goings on the site. There's also the mail area that you reach. There's also vertical circulation, the elevators in the knuckle of the building, and the laundry room is there as well. So it's kind of that mixing area where you go to get your mail, you might see a neighbor, you might check in with management, and then go out to the courtyard.
So it's not the security issues, that's why you are not providing the direct access to like the parking lot or?
Okay, sorry. So with regards to individual entries at grade for the at grade units, I think this was really a discussion about priorities and what we could try to achieve on the site once we kind of carved out what we had to provide. And where it left us was these units front a parking lot, right, with a landscape buffer. And we felt it was a better idea to be able to get some sort of landscaping in between the parking lot and the units, rather than rather than having a direct entry right there on the sidewalk where it's a parking lot.
Right.
So that's the kind of two sides of the perimeter. Internal to the courtyard, it was a similar discussion. Internal to this, to the courtyard, and this perhaps addressed, I'm sorry, Peter, your comment a little bit. With the landscaping, it was prioritized more to provide privacy through the landscaping, given the proximity to the open space and the courtyard area, rather than provide individual entries. And that was what was determined a better approach by the team, rather than having individual entries there.
Okay, thanks.
Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay.
And another question about the trash collection. So you have a staging area that is behind the apartment building, and you also have the staging area next to the mobile homes trash enclosures. Is it the intent to just have the garbage truck to have only one stop to pick all the garbages, or what is the intent to?
Yep. The intended, I guess, trash flow of the apartment building, we have chutes, you know, recycling, compost, and the waste stream chutes in the building. It'll go to the trash, to dumpsters at the termination room there. And then those containers will get pulled out by staff, placed in the staging area, and then the green waste or whoever's the service will come by and pick it up from that staging area. The structure is for the adjacent mobile home park and part of that site, not part of this site.
Have you do any quick calculations, like how often will you pull the trash bins from the apartment to the staging areas? Like
Service frequency?
I don't recall what it is, but we have a full trash management report that was submitted in the application.
That's a good answer. We don't know, but there was a full trash management plan that was submitted as part of the application.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Our green waste knows, but I can't remember off the top of my head how often they recommended service. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I think
I have one small plan question, if I may.
one more question. Okay.
Thank you. This is for the applicant. I was hunting for if you have like this egress plan. The closest I found was on A 0.11, which is the parking layout plan. I'm just curious, particularly in that little end of the hallway, better illustrated on say 8.20. For the floor plan, for right next to the bike room where you have the hallway and then, but the exit out of the hallway kind of goes west, plan north. And just overall looking at the A 0.11, your egress, this looks more like a circulation plan. What is your egress route to public way? And have you also, I know you've done a lot of work in changing it in a month, but like I see a lot of areas where you're egressing right adjacent to the building, which would be expensive because you would end up with rated windows and such. What is the general egress plan out of the first floor to kind of to where is the public way you're going to from each one of these exits?
Yeah, the public way would be Los Robles, but these areas, because of their adjacency to the parking or the streets, we would be able to exit far enough away that we should be able to avoid any kind of rated windows.
Yeah, particularly in the courtyard is where I'm concerned.
Yeah, and we'll have to go through that analysis of assumed property lines, et cetera, and get all that dialed in. That once you get out into the courtyard, you can get out to, we're calling it Street 1, but the access street out to Los Robles. I think in that pinch point you addressed where the bike room and that corridor comes out, what we may likely be looking at there is not having openings along the community room and focusing the community rooms toward the barbecue area and the other street frontage, right? So that becomes more of our AV wall, which is kind of typical in community space,
Correct.
right? So that we can avoid openings there or any conflict. In addition, if we have 20 feet between those two volumes, then you can have non-rated openings moving through that space.
Yeah, I think particularly from that hallway exit to the bike room where you're kind of converging the exits. It seems like, and that when I look at that plan on a 0.11, where you have all of the red dotted lines of, the lines hugging the building, which makes sense as regular egress, but when it comes to emergency egress, just curious how you're pulling away from the building in
Yeah.
order to.
That's a good observation. We probably should have shown fewer lines and one line through the middle of that space.
Yeah, right. Thank you. That's all.
Okay. Before we move on to board member comments, I just want to check with staff. This is a study session, so we haven't been too formal, but we did not offer the applicant a chance to rebut public comment. I don't think we need to, and I feel we've covered that. Covered it. But I want to get your opinion. Are we okay?
I don't think we need to for a study session, but you're welcome if it's at your discretion.
I think we're okay then. We've covered this enough. So to my colleagues, let's continue through on this and get some comments out there. What I suggest we do is make a round of comments from everyone and try to identify a few things that we want to come back to and give really specific direction. You need to be cognizant of the fact that this building is an important building to our community. We want to speed up the process, not slow it down by making clear comments to them. Also, there's a limited amount of changes we really can push for. So with that, why don't we just start with a round of comments and try to identify a few critical things. So who wants to go first? Board member Rosenberg? Yep. I was going to start with David, but
No, go ahead.
okay, board member Rosenberg, go ahead.
Thank you guys very much for your application. Just on a personal note, I do live not very far from this location and have for most of my entire life, actually. So this is a project I have watched over the years and followed a bit of what's going on. And I just want to commend you for your thoughtful work on it. I also want to say it's sort of a lighter commentary. Your presentation in the very beginning, just kind of showing the diagrams of how you process through, this is where the site is, this is where the daylight planes are, this is the buildable area, was extremely helpful. Again, not necessary, but a very good introduction to the project and why you situated it the way you did. It allowed us to follow your logic and understand why things were the way they were. It made tons of sense. Really appreciated that. I think that your overall site placement is wonderful. I really like the fact that you've used the parking spaces as buffer zones while you still do have a 2-level apartment complex to the back. You're maintaining a nice distance from them as well. The residential buildings to the side, again, you're maintaining a nice buffer and you're really allowing the spaces around you to breathe. And I really do commend you on that. I think that's a very respectful position to go. I wanted to make a touch comment on Peter's commentary with the ground floor possibly being 1 foot taller. Now I understand you guys are probably you're already asking for the 36, maybe the 37 seemed a little bit of a stretch. However, having residential units on the ground floor is always a bit of a privacy issue. You guys have some facing the interior courtyard, you have a bunch facing the parking lot, and I would just really strongly encourage that for the next presentation, you give us good ideas as to what the landscaping will be, whether or not it's a foot taller so that people maybe don't see into those windows quite as much, and just really evaluating how you want to tackle the privacy of those ground floor residential units. That's going to be something we really will want to better understand your plan for that. I would strongly push for that secondary access point next to that 2-bedroom on the Los Robles corner. I think that would be a safety feature, and that's why I'm going to push hard on it. I think it is one of those that if you're in this building, you want to have an easy out. So I would just strongly encourage to see what you can do on that front, right?
Kendra, could you, where are you talking about again on this? Just so we all
Sure.
understand the
So
corridor.
everyone gets it. A 2.10 On the Los Robles side, on the west side towards the parking lot, there's a single 2-bedroom unit on the ground floor. It'd
Yes.
be really nice if there was just a slight opening between that 2-bedroom and 1-bedroom. Some way to get out and emergency access from that corner, exactly as Peter's point. And I know that we don't have it on the screen or anything, but it would be
Mirroring what happens on the other side of it.
exactly mirroring what happens on the other side of the ground floor. I love the community room. I love the barbecue area. I think those are really nice features. Having a teen center or dear, yeah, we all need that. I have 2 kids of my own and they are getting closer every day. So having a space for the kids to hang out is a really thoughtful feature to have. And I really appreciate that that was considered. Upper levels, I'd like you guys to be careful of the window sizes, the inner corner units of the 2 bedrooms. They're a little tight, right? And I just want to make sure that you guys have really considered those inner corner bedroom windows and making sure those sizes are appropriate. On that same front, I think the junior bedroom is not as successful as it could be. It maybe just wants to be a studio. I understand the logic behind putting partitions in, but I'd give that another once over and really see what you can do with that junior 1-bedroom. 2 smaller comment. I've got a couple more comments. I'll try and keep it quick. The color scheme in my mind is not, again, that's a sort of subjective personal thing. It's not my favorite. I feel like the green and the red are opposing, and maybe you lean more into the green flavor or you lean more into the red flavor and potentially add some wood look or something like that, that just really brings the level of the quality of materials up a notch. Because I do think you've got a really good base going. It's just, for me, that red and that green collide too much. And I'd really like to see just one of those 2 elevate to a higher quality material or color or texture or something. So I'd encourage that push. Also, understanding the Los Robles mechanical and electrical rooms are required to be there. I would just ask if there's a possibility the transformer maybe could be in the parking lot and that you could make that facade on Los Robles more attractive. Those mechanical doors are just not doing much for that facade. And if there was a way to get residences on there, yes, they'd be less private, but they'd have a big setback. So exploring if there's any potential to flip those to the parking lot side of the building in some fashion. And my last very minor comment, it'd be nice if there was a drop-off curb near the property management office, whether it's Amazon, DoorDash, things like that, even if it's just painting the curb saying, you can stop here for 5 minutes at a time to deliver something. I think that that's a thoughtful experience for the people living in the building. Again, thank you very much for your comprehensive presentation, and I look forward to seeing you guys again soon.
Okay, who'd like to follow on that? Board Member Adcock, your turn.
Thank you. I will go next. Thank you again for your presentation. It's a lot of work and really thoughtful work and a very much needed project. So thank you for bringing it for our review. I have a few specific comments for the design. One is, I'll go back to my questions about the massing, and there's 2 reasons that for why I'm harping on it. One is just for clarity, but also I know you've had to put this together very quickly, but there are lots of unnecessary ins and outs, which will kind of add to, additional soffits, little sections of roof. I prefer that you emphasize the clarity of massing, like especially early on in your presentation, like Kendra noted, like what is the logic of the pop-outs? Those make a lot of sense. I would really recommend you go back to that to, again, find clarity in your design. For instance, when I look at your elevations on the 3 series sheets, I'll start with the north elevation, which is on 3.11. When you have the logic of, the backdrop is white and your features are the siding, the beige siding, but it reverses on the left part of the north elevation. It kind of blurs your, the design thinking. And similarly, between the green and the white, it seems coplanar for most part, and I would urge you to, make a little emphasis on having, each material, each color have a reason why they are where they are. And particularly from that A3.10, where you have the 2 little moments of siding on a flat white elevation. I heard from you earlier that, you know, you're trying to add a little feature there, but it actually blurs the highlight of these big boxes having a feature. And then when you kind of sprinkle it in kind of two random places, it degrades the highlight that you're trying to make. I really, we heard from the landscape architect, but I'm not convinced that a waiver for not having the required amount of tree canopy is well justified yet. Maybe you will, but I do see lots of areas in your site plan where you could add a few trees, even the tree islands. Instead of having one tree, you could have two that overhangs a little bit more over the parking and provide a little bit more shade, because we will have a large sea of asphalt here, and I really urge you to increase the shading from the trees itself. I did hear that, yes, because it's west and north side, the building will shade it to an extent, but we'd really want to make sure the living environment here is comfortable, and having that much heat gain directly outside does not go in that direction. One other comment, this is on the internal planning, we didn't talk about it earlier, but when I look at your typical floor plans, particularly the long hallway, left and right on the page, your apartments, the doors are directly facing each other. And I think that's a lot of times, unless you have rated doors with, closing, which I don't know if you will, people might want to leave their door open. And if they're directly facing each other, it doesn't give them that little bit of privacy. Even when we design office buildings, people want their doors staggered so that they can leave their door open, but not be looking directly into the opposite hallway office. I would urge you to think about that as you develop the plans a little bit more. Even a 3 or 4 foot stagger will really help a lot. And that's it for my comments. Thank you so much for the presentation. It's a really important and a really great project. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Adcock. Now, Board Member Hirsch.
Okay. Well, I'm very, very impressed with with this project. The need for it is absolutely critical to Palo Alto. I want to congratulate the presenters here who have done this most wonderful rendering of this building, and that's on the cover as well. This sort of illustrates, and I guess it's but first I think I better answer some of the issues that have been raised here. The corridor issue, I think, is a significant issue on that side of the building, and should be worked out. The privacy issue, there's so many different ways you could do this, with glazing, with just simply curtains inside. I'm sure you're going to find a way. I think that the landscaping is sufficient, frankly. And it's interesting that you did it the way you did towards the parking lot, because one of our objective findings, which I think should be revised in its language in some way, describes that the ground floor units have to have access to the outside or direct access to the apartment. I think that there's this alternative of projects like this, which are supportive housing projects and which have exterior exposure like that, work better if the circulation is on the inside and it's protected in some way by the visual barrier of the landscape on the outside. And you can make that work. And I don't kind of agree that we should suggest raising the building either. That ground level slab on grade kind of is much better for a building that's publicly accessed like this. There's a large population there. The courtyard and to talk about the concept of this building, it's really a fantastic improvement in the idea of a community like this, because it makes something that we should discuss. I think community work well because all of these public spaces are related to each other. I guess the line is drawn somehow so that the public park area is a part of the other part of the development, but it's all integrated into one really terrific site plan. We haven't talked about lighting for the project. I wonder if, public lighting, and lighting of the public ways here are, which ought to be addressed somehow. And I'm sure that a 1 month period of designing this thing, you haven't gotten to everything. So we're going to have to leave it with you to work out a lot of these things, including more detail, I guess, of the public park, even if it's not part of what we're reviewing today. So in terms of the aesthetics, I mean, I think that the idea of a building mass like this being divided up into an expression of units the way it is, and the horizontality of this building kind of re-emphasized with the breaks the way they are, is a really wonderful way of having identity to each of the units in the building as well. Even though it's a rather big building, it has that kind of a scale breakdown in mass that is really terrific for this kind of a building. There's been some question about the another way in which these projections are expressed, because I think there was a 2-foot dimension that was supposed to be on the pop out. I mean, that's not only going to change the cost of the building. A kind of a reason for the 2-foot, I think, was because it allowed for a certain amount of perimeter storage in those areas that are pop outs, or that they are a bay that are somehow useful. And you're not doing that here, and it's tight. Every unit is tight. I think that it's appropriate that you have a 1-foot dimension, and that exception should really reflect itself somehow in our objective standards, and we should go back and re-examine some of the objective standards, because they aren't 100% applicable to all projects. I like the materials, and that's another issue here, because the materials do not equal the module that we have in our objective standards. And we really have to re-examine that, because they're much longer, I think, the materials than we have. And I think that the scale is already broken down into unit by unit, apartment unit, and therefore that's reasonable to change our objective standards to be more broadly inclusive of materials as you have shown. The garbage is always one of those issues we discuss an awful lot. And it seems to me that it's at the far end of the building here, one corner of the far end of the building. And it makes it awfully inaccessible to some of the people at the other end, so to have to go that far. I don't know how you can change that, maybe to relocate it more centrally. It just seems to me that I can understand why it's at that end of the building, but I'd like you to maybe think about where it's located so it's equal for everybody in the building traveling a certain distance there. Let me see. I just will end by, I think I just end by saying that I think this is just a terrific project, and I really, really like the design. And I actually like the materials and the colors just the way they are. I think there's always some additional work that after a month, you have to go back and work out the details. a little bit better so that you understand the forward and backward location and cantilevers and the structural detail, and that this is part of the progress of the project. I think that Commissioner Adcock made some very, very good comments though, and I think they're worth listening to as well. And yes, we've made some good comments as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Hirsch. Board Member Chen, would you care to go next?
Sure. Thanks again for your application. Yeah, I agree with my colleagues. This is the site plan is well sorted and the design, the program is interesting. It has lots of great features that is makes the users to be comfortable and pleasant to use all these features like barbecue and the community rooms. And I will just quickly go through all the concessions and waivers here on our list. So as concession 3, the unity entries, the ground floor unit to have direct access to the outside. I agree with the applicant. It doesn't make sense to have the direct access to a parking lot. And for the apartment building, the complex building like this, I think it's the standard could be different, and it makes sense to just have one single entry from the corridor side instead of facing the parking lot. And for concession 4, the percentage of frontage, the percent of frontage dedicated to utility and surface parking. So yeah, I think ideally it would be more pleasant to have more units facing the street side, but I also understand maybe there is budget concerns, so it makes sense to have all those utility rooms along the street. And since we have the landscape, the large setback on that side, I think I'm fine with that. And for the private open space, the waiver 2, the private open space, actually, I don't find strong support on why we don't provide any private open space for each of the unit. I think it's a good addition to all the units. And for the waiver 4, the parking shading, actually, I'm not sure, maybe it's also worth us to revisit the objective standards, because when I look at the numbers on sheet A 0.11, so the parking, they only provide 2 extra parkings than required, but for the number of trees, they have 8 more than required. And then they're still way short than what's required for the tree canopy calculation. So when I look at the site plan, I see, oh, maybe there may be possibilities to have 1 or more trees planted, but does it help them to meet the minimum requirement for the tree canopy? I doubt it. So I thought maybe we can, it's time, we haven't reviewed lots of projects like this, so maybe it's time for us to revisit our standards. So does the 2-foot the 2-foot offset from the facade. I know when David and I reviewed objective standards, we had lots of discussions about whether it could reduce to 1 foot or 2 foot is reasonable. So I think it works. It depends on the interior layout, whether it gives it. It makes sense to have 2 foot extra. Is it useful, or it's more just for the articulation? So in this case, I think the 1 foot is reasonable, and it makes that the articulation interesting and have enough variations for the exteriors. And agree with my colleagues, the board member Adcock on the unit entrance, the doors. It would be nice if you can offset the doors along the corridor to provide some privacies. And also for the colors, I agree with Vice Chair Rosenberg, the red and green colors, when I first look at it, I found, wow, it's really strong opposing colors. So I would suggest you to reconsider the colors and materials. And that's all my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Chen. Okay. I think I'm a little more down on this building than you guys are. I think it could use more work. They've admitted it's been designed in a month. And I'm just going to start with the basic layout. It's got sort of a C-shaped corridor, but they're a courtyard. But on the right-hand side, they're encroaching one additional unit. And that really doesn't work then. It'd be much, much better to have it be a real C shape with two end units on the right and left side. Look at the floor plan to be more clear here. Sheets A 1.10, for example, where the community room sticks into the courtyard space by the full depth of a 3-bedroom unit. That forces what's the bike room, and above the bike room is the 2 1-bedroom junior studios, because that's what they are. It really questions the whole floor plan there. It would be really great to explore shifting that back, maybe making the building a little bit deeper to accommodate the space. I bet you have that in the parking lot. And then, I know it's a redesign, but I would consider centralizing the entry in the middle. So you could try to organize the whole building a little bit differently. Having this side entrance just means the courtyard becomes a passageway. But I'm not sure I want to stand for a redesign either. So I'm just sort of saying I see some significant benefits to reevaluating the basic floor plan once more. But not going there any further, I'm concerned that all the ground floor units being at grade will be really uncomfortable to live in. You're going to have the curtains closed all the time if, say, facing the parking lot, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 units, 6 of which, 7, 8, 9, 10, or 11, which directly face the parking lot at grade. So the car's headlights are straight into your unit. That's intolerable. Even with a curtain, that becomes really challenging. So you need to get some landscaping there, but you've only got a couple of feet of buffer next to the sidewalk. That's tough to maintain, and then it starts to block light. Just raising the building a foot or two is all you need to change that. I think that the architects probably just really raced through this redesign, and the previous designs had a lot more variation, angled buildings, different things that all start to address these issues. When you make it a big box because of cost savings, you start to deal with these issues, which is what I'm seeing here. I'd like to bring up an issue that's been bugging me, and I don't know what the answer is, but we've had it on other things too, that our codes do not articulate what the income level of the applicants are. We make the codes based on what we think are the right way to design a building. So we have a private open space requirement because we think that makes for better living spaces. Every living space has to have 50 square feet of open space per unit. Except here and other affordable housing projects we've done, we've waived that. We stepped past that because the justification really is because of cost. That's what's affordable. So are we becoming a two-tiered city where market rate housing, which is not affordable, is required to have balconies, but affordable stuff is not because it's not affordable? Is that really our standard, judged on the income level of the tenants? At the same point, I look at the hardy siding that we see on the outside of the building, and it's the inexpensive hardy siding. It's the thin stuff that we've determined over and over in the past to be not high quality. Our standard is you have to have high quality materials. And yet we're going to approve this with this material because of the cost. It's affordable. It's a low income building. They have to be able to afford to build it. It's a two-standard town all of a sudden, because we would not approve that building for market rate projects with that product. So how do we deal with this? So I just want to bring it up that we at least acknowledge and discuss where we come down on this. I think it probably is appropriate that not all buildings have open space, or not everywhere. And these materials seem to be perfectly adequate for this, but we're creating a two-standard system, and I'm really nervous and bothered by that. And I think we should all be thinking about that at least. I also feel that the facade articulation is just tacked onto this building. It's really a series of very simple straight walls with some sort of decoration tacked on. Board member Adcock's comments earlier pointed out that at the level the architects are working now, it was really just put on as a facade decoration, trying to tack it on to make the colors and materials sort of meet some standard. It's not really integrated to the floor plan or the structure of the building, which it will need to be at some point. But I find it just disappointing that there's not a little more actual variety in the building's floor plan to give us the offsets. That's what we're really looking for. It's not just glued on things. When you put a 1 foot protrusion next to the window, what you really do is just cut off daylight to those windows. It would make more sense to put the window on the protrusion, put a corner window there, do things that we consistently insist on for market rate projects. That here, because it's low income or affordable, so we have a straight wall, that's the cheapest way to build. And then because we have to meet some sort of facade break standard, we just glue something on the outside. I think that's problematic. It's not the best way to do this. So I'd like to see them at least take another pass at coming up with a different way of articulating the facades. To the staff, I think there's a concession that's not been talked about, which is required on our code that we have different building types for projects that are larger than 1 acre. This site is 1.7 acres and it has 1 building type on it. I'm all fine for letting that happen, but that is a concession. There's nothing anybody can do about it. It's clearly a cost issue, but that would call into question whether some of these other concessions, such as facade breaks, are really waivers. And I think once you call it a waiver, there's a little more rationale for them to actually make a real concerted architectural effort to redesign that. If you allow the facade break to be a concession to the design standard, you're really just telling the town as a whole that, well, that's an important architectural standard that we all stand behind, except here we're just going to let them waive it just point blank. It's not important to meet. The intent behind concessions is things that allow these buildings to really get built. Things like 1 unit type or 2, things like higher density or taller buildings, which we all agree to. It's not to do with how well you design the facade. That's not the spirit of these codes. And so I'd put it back to the architect that you should just try once more to do a better job of articulating the facades and making that work. I think I've put my piece out there, and I really want to now try to find to my colleagues to see if we can just pick on a couple of things that we agree on that that we'd like to ask them to go back to. So the first thing I heard from board member Rosenberg, and Dave Hirsch also supported this, was some sort of revision to the interior design to get a little bit better access from all ends of the building. Basically some sort of access point on the left-hand side. That might be paired with reconsidering where the mechanical and electrical rooms are, if they could be wrapped around the corner to get the apartments on the street. But if we ask them to just somehow reconsider the floor plan a little bit, I would think that's one thing that we're all willing to do. So let's come back to that one in a second.
I would say that that also ties in with your own comment regarding the potential for having a centralized access point. So again, it's not our job to tell you what to do, but making sure that those points are all considered, and then you guys decide which route you think is best.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. So one potential comment from us is just regarding the basic layout of the circulation and access points. I only heard board member Chen speak about the private open space, but to me that's important. I think we should just discuss what the requirement really is.
That's a really difficult one, because I do agree that we are creating a double standard. But if if it's a waiver being asked to make the project affordable, my question to staff is like, if I understood correctly, waivers have to prove that density is being reduced without the waiver, correct? Or is it the cost?
Cost.
That it would physically preclude the project as proposed, essentially.
For cost reasons?
No.
Yeah, or, well,
Or,
it could be cost reasons or physical reasons.
reading the code, concessions are granted based on cost.
Okay,
Waivers are granted based on them physically
Feasibility.
precluding space. We dealt with this on a project on Sutter where adding a greater daylight plane meant they lost a unit upstairs. That's physically precluding the space.
mhm,
What argument staff accepts ultimately is hard to say, but I think
right.
the text of the law just says physically precluding density.
So for staff, can it be proven that having private open space precludes the existence of the project? Like having balconies and a little private area on the first floor for each?
Precluding increases or loss of density, really. No. Let's keep trying to make a list of things,
Mhm.
but I'd like us to at least discuss where we stand on that question. I heard a number of comments regarding the shading of the parking lot, whether we should push harder to get more or not. It wasn't consensus, but I heard debate about it. Is that something we want to continue to talk about? The parking lot shading requirements.
I definitely feel strongly about it because it is. Sorry, I definitely feel strongly about it because it is a very long-term issue for the site. Because the requirement is for 15 years from now, for 15 years from construction, is it 50% shaded? And the whole reason this code exists is to address, it's part of the climate change issues, increase in heat. And that's one that just because this is affordable housing area, it shouldn't be more uncomfortable to be in this area because we are not providing 50% shading. To me, looking at the plans and to Board Member Chen's question, it is not about the number of trees on the site. It is about how many of the trees are actually shading the blacktop. And I feel like it is possible to increase shading on the blacktop than what is being presented here today.
Does anyone have a counter to that? To say
Yeah,
that we
just
shouldn't deal with it?
what do you do about the capacity of the parking lot itself? Isn't there a conflict between that and the shading and the trees?
I don't think so. They have parking landscape islands that are large enough to have multiple trees and also possibility of splitting some of those the landscape islands in order to have more trees distributed.
Splitting the landscape, the islands is the dimension big enough to be able to split them and
I think so.
wouldn't you lose some parking spaces in the process?
And that's for the landscape architect, but I do think there is a possibility to increase quite a bit from where they are at right now. And also along the edges of the parking, not just those islands, where there's possibility of increasing the density of tree canopy.
So maybe it's a question to the landscape architect, whether they could reconsider the tree species, because for the island, maybe they can plant 2 smaller trees or 1 large tree. So the canopy area could be different.
Yeah, respectfully, I think I'm with David on this one, where I think that they've been asked to plant X number of trees. They're already planting 8 above that. We're also requiring that there's a certain amount of parking. They're providing that plus, I believe, 2 or 4, depending upon how it's counted. So this is not a situation where I feel like they're trying to skirt the issue or they're trying to really pull away from this or get away with anything in any sort of capacity. I really think that they are meeting the numbers that we're trying to meet with the exception of the shading specifically. I would also put out there that it's such a vast improvement from what's there existing today that I would support steps in the right direction, even if they're not necessarily hitting our numbers as we would intend them to be.
I agree with you on that, but the deficiency is quite low. And I actually coded it incorrectly earlier. I was reading a different section.
And just my final point is also that we always have to worry about water usage in this state as well. So if we're going to ask for 8 more trees than is required, plus actually we're just going to decide that they need 10 more above and beyond that, we're also, requiring water consumption to water those trees and things like that. So, but please finish your comment.
Yeah, because the requirement is 50% and they're providing 33%. They are basically quite short on what is required by code. And at 15 years from now, so day one, it'll be quite unshaded. it will take a long time to get to that in the first place. And this project, I hope, lasts way more than 15 years. It's a very long-term living environment for the residents here. And the trees don't need to be watered for 15 years. They just need to be watered for establishing them. So I don't think that's a good counter argument.
We're going to come back to this. I'm just trying to make a list of the topics that we want to address. We'll allow everyone a chance to speak at the time. Right now, I want us to focus on which things we really think we can comment on and come to some consensus on. I heard several people comment about the colors. Maybe the colors and the textures. I think we should just go through a round of comments to see if we can give specific guidance. Board Member Hirsch, I think, was liking the colors. Board Members Rosenberg and Chen were not liking the contrast of the colors. So I think it's fair to say we're going to talk about that, colors and textures. I brought up, and I think I heard Board Member Rosenberg support the idea of raising the height of the building, but Board Member Hirsch was opposed to that. Is that something we should consider? I don't want to put them on unless I have the two of you supporting it also. Thinking about it.
I do not support raising the height of the building.
Well, I kind of support, especially when you mentioned about the parking lot, the car lot that directly go into the units. So I think that there would be a problem. So I would support to raise it.
I want to make a comment about that because there's a buffer, a landscape buffer. And there's it's a really good point, Peter, that you made about the lights from the cars. I don't question that. Would be, I don't know how you do it except to raise the building, but there is the possibility that the landscape could make it more private on the inside. That you could certainly design the windows to be a little bit higher on that lowest facade as well. You design that facade differently. So I think that the opportunity is there to make it better, and that commenting about it the way you have brings it to light, and it's a good item to be solved in the design.
Coupling onto that would be just asking for greater landscape design that tries to address these issues through landscape, because you also have a series of units facing the courtyard of the front, which Board Member Rosenberg was focusing in on. Those will need either extensive landscaping or raising the elevation. And it's a real loss of an opportunity to provide small private outdoor patios there too. And if you think back to the market rate projects we review, every time they make those into patios, for private patios for the use of the occupants. Why do they do that? That's what the market demands. That's what people want. That's what our code demands. So why is it not required here? Look, I don't want to pontificate on it, but
no, but
the landscaping.
There should be some response to that as well, because it seems to me that the idea is primarily a public area. It's primarily a mix of the outdoor public area and the courtyard public area. I find your comment about the narrowing area of the inner court to be appropriate, but the idea of making an outdoor space with doors and access to a small amount of public area, of private area, relative to the amount of public area for this whole project is in conflict, would be in conflict with each other.
Okay, so I kept notes of everybody's comments, and I've looked through it. Now I have 6 items on my little list here of things that I think we should try to focus on. I'll read through it, and if you have something that's different than that, now's the time to tell me. So one is access circulation configuration regarding the hallway, maybe the configuration of the C shape. The second item is regarding a discussion on private open space. The third is a similar discussion on parking lot shading. The fourth item is any requirements or changes on the colors and the textures of the exterior.
On the colors and textures, I think it's massing is part of that. I think it's the color and texture, the depths of facade. I think it's all part of that, or if you want to set.
Well, that's a separate item. I just didn't hear much support for that. I felt like I was the only one who's really going off on the basic.
Yeah, I
massing
have
of
the
the
same
building. So,
concerns I was bringing up about the massing clarity and then
Okay,
like, you
so
know, the
that-
coplanar of the green and the white is kind of lumped into the same. Like maybe not the color and texture, but a separate massing comment.
So is your concern more with the physical ins and outs, or is it more with the application of materials on which levels of the ins and outs?
The latter.
Okay, thank you.
so I think that's all part of the same thing in the color, texture, and organization of ins and outs.
Just and you added material, which you felt was commonplace materials.
They are, yeah. It's right here, David. See how thin it is?
And I think we could add one of the David's comments regarding the trash room location to item 1. It's all about the circulation.
Fair enough. I guess these last two things are really related. Either you raise the height of the building or you provide greater landscaping to ensure privacy. I think our focus is really on the privacy of the ground floor units or livability of those units. So I think it's fair just to link those. We're not after, I don't believe, in overall landscaping design work as much as we're focused on the livability of the ground floor units. Okay, so with these 5 things then, and to staff, what is the process now? Are they coming back to us, or does this go on in the system to somebody else now?
This goes directly to council next. It's normally a director's decision, and because there's other council actions related to this, we are floating it to council so that it's planned to go together in June to council.
So our comments regarding the design will just be up to the council to interpret and judge?
Council and staff.
And staff, yeah.
So we'll be
colleagues,
working
really,
to-
what comments we're making now are stuff staff will work with the applicant, but that's basically it. So I guess we just keep that in mind as we try to come up with some direction that we recommend regarding, let's dive right in. So the first question is access, circulation, configuration, trash location. We'll work backwards. Do we think that the trash location is acceptable the way it is now? Or should we ask them to consider moving the trash room closer into the center of the building? Have any sense about that?
I would be of the opinion that while I believe that it would be better if it was centrally located, I think that it's an appropriate location. We're talking about shifting it down the hallway sort of halfway. It's not all the way at one end, so my 2 cents is that it's acceptable where it is. However, if they choose to relocate it towards the central portion, that would be better.
The rest of us, how do you feel about that? Board Member Chen, Adcock?
We did not talk about the mail area, which is also central, but at the other end of the building. So I think I don't think it really serves the design that much to try to push both to move towards the center of the building. So I think I'm fine with where either one.
You get that much junk mail that you.
Yeah, that you need to go walk it to the recycling that's on the other side of the building. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, Board Member Chen, what's your take on that?
I was also look at it and I saw, oh, how many change is a major change to them or to redesign the whole thing or it's simple change. And also I look at not only the trash room, but also the laundry. So as we discussed in the other similar projects previously, I think these 2 could be either centralized or to have 2 separate smaller ones so that everybody can have an easier access to.
Yeah. Staff, what I'm hearing is a consistent level of it's just not finished. The design could be thought through a little bit more. There's not enough facility regarding trash, mail, laundry. I think that follows after designing a building in a month. So I don't hear any clear statement about move the trash room or change the laundry.
I mean, I will note that all of those, I believe, are less than 200 feet, is my recollection from.
Yeah.
from the near or furthest unit.
But I'm not hearing a strong consensus that it just needs to be changed as much as it could be thought about once more. Are we all agreeing with that? Board Member Rosenberg brought up the question, though, of whether you really need a secondary or an additional entrance at the back, I'll call it left-hand side near Los Robles. How does the rest of us feel about that? Are we happy with that long hallway in the middle, or do we think it needs something else?
Clarification question, are you suggesting it goes west towards Los Robles or to the, or sorry, plan west or plan north towards the parking?
It would go towards the parking lot, similar to the upper levels, where if you look at the upper levels, you can see that hallway goes to actually a very nice window. I would like to say that as well, on the upper level. So really mimicking the upper levels, but actually making that an egress path.
So some part of that might actually just happen by once the design is further developed, because that stair one, I mean, the door needs to swing out, but also needs clear line of sight to an egress and public way, which it does not really right now. So once they solve for that, they might actually end up with another exit directly to the outside to the left or up the page. So I think it might resolve itself is what I'm saying.
I'm not sure I'm understanding where you're hoping to get another egress or window.
Either on the left side in plan in each 2.10
Yeah, if you look, if
from
you,
stair, yeah.
sorry, I'm going to talk for a second just to get the camera on me so that we can sort of hold this up, and once it zooms in, I can try and point my best. I'm waiting for this camera to come in. But it's really this corner unit that on the ground floor is noted in orange as a 2-bedroom. There we go. So on this ground floor, there's that 2-bedroom unit in this corner. And on the upper levels, there's actually a hallway that goes to a nice window. And we would basically be looking to mimic that on this portion. 2-bedroom unit next to the parking lot towards Los Robles.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I don't know, Kendra, I'm not sure how much that improves the flow of the building. It's just at the ground floor. And it certainly throws a wrench in the works on, like the architect was saying, figuring the right layout for all these different unit types. And they said they thought about it. It wasn't that for lack of effort.
Agreed.
I don't want to stipulate it outright.
I know I don't want to stipulate it outright, but it is one of those where there's the potential that, you know, you could put a split there and shift those units down. Again, I understand this would completely affect the facade, but maybe that maintenance room doesn't need to be quite so big. Maybe that length of units could be shifted. And then again, we're getting the doors off of each other and we're articulating the facade slightly different. It's not an unattainable goal. And what I would ask is that they strongly consider it.
Okay.
So
I would second that too, because I think that, you know, you could tie that with changing one of the mechanicals somehow on the front and putting switching an apartment there. Somehow that could be made to work.
Yeah, and that's actually a good point thank you, David, for pointing that out. That mechanical room could just become smaller and the access could go towards Los Robles. That's, you know, also a feasible option there. And Board Member Adcock, I see you're trying to say something too.
yeah, just on that one, like if I'm living on the second or third floor on that upper left side, I go to the stairs or elevator to go to my car in the back, and I'm going all the way to the other end of the building and out.
Exactly.
That I think just for quality of life in this building, it seems like just having one access to the parking for this whole left side of the building would be a huge benefit. So in that sense, I would support going towards the parking more than towards the street.
Yeah, I would support that as a more significant change than, say, moving the garbage room at this point, you know, priority.
Yeah, and you could actually, just looking at it now, you could rotate that 2-bedroom unit by 90 degrees, eat into the mechanical room, and there's your space.
Yeah, I think that's convincing, actually. I buy those arguments. And you're right, I hadn't thought about coming down from upstairs. It's actually a lot of people will be using that space. So yeah, predominant exit is going to be to the parking area. So that is a quality of life. And Board Member Chen, you haven't chimed in on this yet.
No, yeah, I support what Board Member Adcock just mentioned. I think easy access from the parking lot is important.
Okay, how about the mechanical and electrical rooms? If the transformer location was shifted just slightly further back on Los Robles, and then the conduits were stretched another 10 or 20 feet to put the mechanical room where that 3-bedroom unit is facing the parking lot. That's redesigning for them, but it seems to me that that's feasible. And then that would let you have more room to get this exit and an apartment on Los Robles there without a transformer in front of it. Is that
Yeah, again, I
any benefit
just,
to saying that? I mean,
I think it's a benefit because I think this facade is on Los Robles, is what most people are going to drive past and see. And those two empty blank doors are really not serving your building well. And you've done such a beautiful job everywhere else. So let's make sure that public face looks just as nice as the rest of it.
Board members Adcock and Shen.
I actually prefer it the way it is with the big landscape buffer in front, because, yeah, the transformer with its hedging, at least as I see on the cover, is not capping a corner of the building, because if it shifts west, the transformer is going to be right as you enter the parking lot.
That's true.
So it's kind of your grand entrance into this complex through the parking. I appreciate having that landscape, the trees flanking that entrance into the parking lot. And the more you shift this transformer to the west, I feel like your entrance will be
You'll
flanked
still
by
have,
transformer.
you'll still have 20 feet of landscaping within the drive aisle and the edge of the building, more like 30 feet. The
Correct.
transformer wants to be as close as possible to the mechanical rooms, I gather.
Yes.
So I think you'd still have a pretty good amount of room for that tree and nice landscaping at the entrance.
If it shifts further to the left.
Yeah, I was just thinking down to the corner of the building, maybe. Yeah.
I do want to note that, if I'm understanding correctly, because there are some line of sight clearances that the transformer is not located within to maintain line of sight, especially because this is a safe routes to school route and it has that bike lane. So we wanted to maintain those areas clear for those line of sight triangles. I don't know if I'm understanding correctly, but I think you were looking at moving it closer to the drive aisle.
Well,
Or is
I don't
that
think
not?
it's within 30 feet of the drive aisle, no matter what.
I think A1.10 has that line of sight diagram. Wait,
I doubt it would be a driveway issue. I think that's the sum of the comments we've made regarding the building layout. Maybe it makes sense. One of the applicant team was raising their hand, wanted to comment on it. Maybe you can help us chime in on each one of these categories and tell us what you think you can do about it. Is that fair? This is a study session. We want to come to some closure together. What do you think?
Fred Pollack again. I can comment on a few of them and other folks might want to opine. I want to start with the building organization about moving the entry. So generally, we're trying to provide the management office and oversight of the site at the entry point. So you have a little bit of eyes on the street. And part of that is the way it relates to the corner, the way it relates to the teen room, the way it relates to the mail, and also vertical circulation. So that's what drove the decision for the entry location primarily. And then in terms of laundry, when families go to laundry, particularly from upper levels, you're riding an elevator. And so we try to get the laundry in proximity. Also, management often likes to be close to where the laundry room is because laundry room is often where I have heard it said many times mischief happens. So they like to be able to be in close proximity, also offer some of that supervision. So I don't know if that's the right choice, but that is what drove the idea for the location of those items versus putting, if we were to move the entry, it would put it probably separated from the elevator. We really need the elevators in the knuckles because that's what provides efficiency. Those are kind of buried corners in the building. So those locations, and then again, its proximity to that circulation. The stairwell comment is well taken. The door is swinging in the wrong direction, so thank you. That's going to be corrected. I do believe our occupant loads on those stairs are over 50, so it'll have to swing out. Not positive. When it swings out, you'll have direct line of sight of the lobby, which is allowed by code for exiting. So the stairwell's in the right position, and it offers that vertical circulation, both to the laundry, both to services, both to mail. I think the design team agrees with the connection back to the parking lot in that wing. And when we sat and scratched our heads on this one, what we ran into was our unit mix and the reconfiguration of that to try to get a 3-bedroom to work. The solutions we looked at ended up being kind of complicated because we're effectively stacking that unit with a 2-bedroom above, by and large, the plumbing. That's what drives cost, those plumbing stacks. In addition to that, we thought that perhaps we could introduce that corridor through the mechanical space, that we're getting a little jammed on mechanical. What happens with mechanical rooms now with all electric systems is the storage is a lot larger because the electric hot water heaters are a little less efficient. You need more storage, more pump space. So your mechanical space actually grows. Maybe there's a solution in there. And I think that is an area that I would recommend to the client team that we see what we can do.
Good.
Because we had a lot of debate around the convenience of getting to parking and how that should work. The thought was that people at that end of the parking would actually just walk around the building and come in the front door, which is, yes, it's another, I don't know what that facade length is, another 100 feet perhaps to get around the corner. Not quite as convenient, right? Other points, the facades we will take that into consideration as we, I'm sorry.
I'd like to address these the way we're doing it. So I just wanted your
right.
feedback on the reconfiguration of the plan
Okay,
and stuff like that. We recognize that these are big things.
right.
We recognize that you've been thinking and struggling with them as well.
Yeah.
And I think your feedback is great. So that's
Okay.
enough for the moment. Thank
If
you
that
from
helps.
you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, group. I just don't hear a strong consensus of a statement like do this or do that. It's more of just, can they rethink these things? Is that fair to say?
Can I add another wrinkle to that? When we were talking about the lobby and your comment about, the courtyard being mainly circulation. I don't know how many people are actually going to be using the courtyard for coming in since all the cars are parked on the other side. And this big arrow on A 2.10 seems to indicate that's the main entrance, but it's the back, it comes through the office, goes through 2 bathroom doors and then to the small lobby. It seems like, even looking at the elevation, and again, I'm asking for a big change, but making that big triangle arrow be a little bit more emphatic of an entrance on this side might actually unlock that courtyard to actually be a functional courtyard and that be the main entrance, because it seems to be going in that direction anyway.
Yeah, I agree completely that one more round of design would
Yeah.
probably, so let's make the lobby focus on the main entry and not the courtyard.
Right.
And that would probably start to change the facade design, then you get your articulation around the entrance. These pieces stack on each other. That's a design process. Staff, I think the board is basically feeling the building is not fully designed. It really needs more work. To the applicant, I know you're in a rush. I know you've got all kinds of constraints financially and otherwise. This building's going to be here beyond any of us. You owe it to yourself to do the best possible design you can, even if it means taking more time. 5 of us here are all struggling with a bunch of these basic things. The architect is struggling with it. The rationale is that they can't fit in some of these apartment counts. Those are things you should spend more time to get right. You owe it to yourselves. You owe it to your tenants. You owe it to the community. It's not there yet. It's close, you're in the right direction. You could push it through, but we recommend that you take another round of thinking on all these items we've talked about. Let's go on to a discussion regarding essentially open space and parking lot shading. As I see it, at least, it's two of the same question. What level of standard do we hold them to?
Do you know, could I ask you to slow down a bit? The main entry issue, which is a big issue, it's just raised, whether or not the courtyard, in fact, is a better space for that. And I know it extends us, but I think.
That's okay. No, go ahead.
I think we need to talk about that just a little bit more. It strikes me that it's an interesting idea, and you wonder who uses it. How important is it for somebody coming here for the first time to see an entry, to find their way into the building? How do we want to commit to this kind of an idea? It's different. Is it really mostly for everybody within the complex here to use that entry, to the courtyard entry? There's no doubt that that sort of speaks to entry, the courtyard itself. And your comments about the opposite side of it should be taken seriously as well. But is that the best spot for the entry? I mean, just think about it, talk about it a little bit more.
Well, I think Board Member Adcock's comment that the entry is really not the courtyard entry. It's that large red triangle proximate to Los Robles Avenue, proximate to the main drive entrance in. That's where everyone, first time you're coming here to look at a new unit, you're coming to go to a party at the teen center, that's where you're going to go in. You'd actually feel uncomfortable, I think, going through the courtyard, past the barbecue area for tenants, then past 4 apartments having private windows that are within 20 feet, 15 feet of your walking by. That's not the place where you put the main entrance to a 61 unit building. That's the comment Board Member Adcock just brought up.
Well, I can agree with that. And that really means shifting some of the mass of the building to create that kind of an entry at that end of the building. And it is where those facilities are. The administration is there,
Absolutely. And it makes perfect sense. They want the administration near the laundry and the elevator to have all this visual control. All of that is very logical.
It does, as designed, it doesn't work that way.
But here I see 2 entries. One, this lobby sort of focusing on the courtyard, and the other one. And to me, it's just the design evolution hasn't happened.
Hasn't happened.
We've all been there. We all do this professionally. This is a great first start, but that's what it is, a first start on a month project. You owe it to everybody. To
Yeah, I think that's really, really important.
So again, I don't know what else to say though, David. It's up to them in the town.
Okay. No.
Claire, your light is on.
Can I try to summarize, because there were quite a lot of different comments related to this. I mean, overall, I'm hearing refinements to the interior floor plans are needed. I heard reconsidering some aspects of the interior floor plans to provide better access to the ends of the building. And that included considering mimicking the window on the ground floor where the 2-bedroom is to have an additional access point to the parking, maybe even rotating that unit. I heard considering a centralized entrance area instead of having that on the end. Possibly refining the design in terms of the laundry room and trash, making them centrally located, but probably not the highest priority in comparison to some of the other items. Really reconsidering, these are a little bit earlier in the hearing, reconsidering the junior 1-bedroom unit design, as well as the windows on the inner corner units of the 2-bedroom. Does that capture what you guys are thinking?
Yes, those are all comments we've made.
Okay.
That any one of those could be thought about, but the design process is more holistic. And so
I understand.
just as they go through another design cycle, hopefully they will address these. They won't change everything. You can't fix everything, but they might make it better. And I think, colleagues, tell me if I'm wrong. We're feeling that this building could be improved substantially with another round of design.
And I think with the umbrella of the 5 items on your list as the overarching comments, and Claire, what you read to us is kind of the fine grain of it, but with those 5 umbrellas being the critical path.
Okay, so I'd like to then just at least address the question of the requirement for private open space and really the requirement for shading on the parking lot. Both of those are clear standards that we've held to for other projects, and they're clearly in the code. And I think they're asking for waivers or concessions on those, but I would like for us to at least make a statement about them. And I will start that I feel that the requirement for balconies, private open space, is perhaps overstated. I think that it's something that should be more optional. We should not be as a code, as a mandate, saying you must do this. There's very good reasons why they choose not to do that on these buildings. And I'm uncomfortable, I guess, making rules that say you have to do this. So I think what we're really seeing play out is market forces pushing it some places, not everywhere. On parking lot shading, I'm the opposite, though. I think that's a long-term structural thing, and you can get a lot closer, I believe, than what they have. We've seen other people push for it, and really comes down to being a little more creative on the parking spacing and the landscaping, and you can do it without changing the parking counts. That's what I think. What about the rest of us?
Okay, I can speak to it. I agree with your first point. I think that if the code's requiring us to consider private open space, that this project demonstrates why it doesn't, you don't need it in all cases. So more flexibility than in the code is required. The landscaping, just looking at the islands, the strips that come out, it seems to me that you could divide it up a little differently and get more trees. That seems reasonable, and it should be an element that we hope that they study now to expand the shade in the parking lot. Actually, the suggestion that the building shadow, it could be considered, I think, isn't really totally effective here. That during the day, the shadow moves around and isn't effective on providing better shading in the parking lot. Trees are the best. And if you can increase the trees, that would be great. Okay, that's to your first point.
Any other comments on this particular subject? Board Member Chen, you're itching to touch that button.
For the private open space, I think it's even more important for projects like this because it's more compact. Everybody just lives so close to each other. They have common space, however, which means the private space would be even more important and more pleasant for each of the individual tenants. They have their own private area to enjoy the outdoor life. And also for this project, I don't find the strong support on why including the private open space will reduce the density.
I don't think it'll reduce density, but it will increase cost. But that's not grounds for a waiver.
But it's the waiver, it's not the concession,
That's right,
right?
that's right. Yeah. I think you can legitimately question whether the waiver should be granted.
But then I also don't want them to be like next round, they will move the waiver to concession because of this.
Well, but the question I'm trying to get us to address really is, I think everybody agrees private open space is wonderful and everybody in the world should have private open space. But there are strong arguments why it's not desirable here for cost reasons and maintenance reasons. And so where do we stand on that balance of regulating it?
I'm not a fan of the double standard, as you pointed out. But I also, in this particular project that is trying to be 100% affordable, it does create, a major cost barrier to have to add that. So I agree with you that it's not the project that needs to change, but perhaps what the city requires of projects.
Yeah, I would agree with Board Member Adcock here. It is, I'm hesitant about having a double standard. I definitely believe that having outdoor space, even if it's small, is beneficial. Now, that being said, I've also stood on like the 30-something floor of a skyscraper in San Francisco with a balcony and been like, why is there a balcony here? Right? And there's kind of, in those situations, maybe less of a point. Here in Palo Alto, where we're close to the ground, we have nice trees. It makes a lot more sense. I also feel that there's a dramatic difference between all and none, right? That instead of having every single apartment have a balcony, you guys have opted for none of them. And I think that maybe there's an opportunity for some of them to have balconies, where some of these units are slightly different or treated slightly differently. Again, don't have a firm answer here, but I think that there's a stepping stone in the middle between all or none that maybe should be considered.
Parking lot shading, did everybody chime in on that too, though? I know I've said, and board member Adcock has said, we both feel strongly that parking lot shading is important, and we should stand for that. And maybe it's not so easy to find a waiver for that as far as density goes, especially if at least we feel you can increase the shading without reducing the parking. But what would the rest of us feel?
I mean, I think parking's critical. I do understand the need for shading. As I said before, I think they've provided trees, they're providing parking. It's about finding the right balance. So I am definitely not as fussed about it as some of my fellow board members, the way they've presented it. However, I also think there's no harm in trying to see what you can do, try and increase that.
Any other comments regarding the parking? No.
Yeah, I agree with what Rosemaker, Vice Chair Rosemaker just mentioned. I think parking is more important. Still, they already planted more trees than required, and maybe they can change the tree species to provide larger canopies in this case. And but just look at the numbers, like we typically have like 24-foot wide driveway and 18-foot deep parking lot. And then we're just thinking about like how the calculations, how we can achieve the 50%. Is it too restrict for this kind of project? I'm not sure.
Well, our code is written in part to discourage surface parking lots because we're trying to avoid this, we call it the urban heat island effect in the asphalt world. So yes, of course, it's difficult to meet 50% because we want more trees. So by pointing out that you can't meet on every surface parking lot the full parking quota without having more trees, I mean, that's obvious, yes.
But
That's
then
the purpose of these codes.
But then I would argue, how do you maintain the same number of parking spaces and still meet the 50%, right?
You put them under the building.
And then the building height and the number of
Well,
units.
And then all of a sudden they have to do an underground
does not
parking.
have to be from trees. It can be from, all of the high schools with the PV canopies.
That's
I'm not
fair.
saying that's required
Well,
of this
not by the
project.
Palo Alto
PV
code.
canopies don't count.
Is it
towards
only in
shading,
Palo
it's
Alto, only trees
Yeah.
count? Okay, in other
So-
jurisdiction, I have used
Yeah.
other shade.
Right.
Shading.
So, I mean, my counter argument is if you guys are asking for them to reorganize, get more trees, but keep the same number of spaces, I'm not quite sure how the maths in that regard. So,
Well, I don't know that it's worth pushing too much. I'm hearing a pretty evenly divided set of opinions on this. And so staff and the applicant will take it for what it's worth.
I'll just note that Peter Gollinger, our urban forester, is listening in the room here. So we will consider these comments. I do want to also note there is one very large tree, the tree that's growing through the mobile home. I think that we've struggled with, the arborist has concerns about whether it could be maintained. I think the city's position is that we would probably want that to be evaluated again toward the end of demolition work to really see if it could be retained. I think we're taking a conservative approach about whether it can be. And I do understand the arborist concerns, but I think our urban forestry division thinks that there, is potential for saving that tree. And so I think that I note that because it is a very large canopy and would substantially increase the amount of landscape shading that would be provided for the parking lot if it can be saved. But the arborist does have some notes about, the fact that it is artificially supported by the mobile home right now. And I think the landscape architect that was on was noting some of the issues with some of the limbs right now. So
Okay, I'm trying to work through a list here of specific things. That tree didn't make our cut. None of us felt it was worth even talking further about. I say that sharply because in part, at least for me, I did that because I heard no comment from the city's arborist that there was a question. I heard the applicant say it would be a problem. Your staff report says it's a problem, done. Now, if the case is that the city arborist has a different opinion, I want to hear that. Do the rest of us care to hear about that? Yeah, so we're shaking our head yes. So if the city arborist would like to come to the microphone, we'd like to have you tell us the story about tree number 75, please.
My apologies for not jumping in at the time. I didn't feel it was my time to.
No, it was, the time was when
Yeah.
she was writing the report. So the
Understood.
public can hear that information.
Understood. So while I do agree that there is potential for this tree to be unstable once the mobile home is removed, we can't actually see the crown, the root crown of the tree, and we can't actually determine how much damage is being done to the trunk right now by the floor and the ceiling. So based on those photos, I don't think we can properly evaluate what the actual impact is. So I would propose that it be a to be determined until the mobile home is removed, much like it's to be determined for 2 oak trees further down on the property line until some exploratory trenching can be done.
Understood. Let me ask you a question if you don't mind. Do you support the concept that that tree is removed?
What's that?
Do you support the path that the tree would be removed? Is that something you would feel comfortable with?
If we assessed it and it's not stable, yes, the tree should be removed. I feel like it's in doubt whether or not it would be unstable.
So the argument the applicant makes that the existing structure provides stability to the tree, is that, I've never heard that before, but again, I'm taking it at face
Again, this
value.
is not a normal situation. So I do believe it probably does supply some additional support. However, there were multiple valley oaks on that site in recent years. 2 of them had to be removed before this project came before us. This was the healthiest of the 3 trees on the property. It actually had the best structure of the 3 trees on the property. So it's listed as fair condition by the arborist. And until we actually see what's happening with the roots and the root crown, I don't feel comfortable just saying, yes, you can remove it. I feel like we need to actually see what's going on.
I mean, that's a fair assessment. And if I might, I think that the reason that we're circling back to this is because it is a tree that could provide shading to the parking lot
It's
now.
located just outside of a proposed parking lot bump.
Right.
And while it's not exactly in line with the parking lot as proposed, it's close. And its branching structure is fairly upright. So I don't know that there would be clearance issues for access.
I did notice that in the photos.
And it would
that
provide a
it's not
significant
low.
amount of shade for the parking lot.
But would that one tree alone get them to the 50% mark?
I don't know. I haven't done the calculations, but it's a very large canopy. So
All right. Thank you for your input.
A follow-up on that. So would you say changing the species of the choices of trees in the parking lot as presented to something like a large oak would significantly increase the parking shade canopy?
So I would believe the oaks that they've chosen are kind of a medium size class oak. They're not an extra large. However, it's based on how fast they can grow in 15 years. And I believe that's a medium fast species. So I don't know that would be appreciably higher percentage over 15 years if they chose a bigger species. Long term, it would be better, but I don't know if it would help them get to the 50%.
So if we were to say like maybe not 15, but can we get closer to the requirement at 20 years, would that change your assessment?
Well, the code's written to 15, so I don't know, but
They're asking for a waiver to 33% instead of 50. And I would like us to get to as close to 50 and as close to 15 years as we can.
so if we could run the calculations for maybe some other species and see what it would be at 15 and 20, and then it might be worth considering changing some species. But again, the larger species you have, the more soil requirement you need. So I think they've actually picked a pretty good species as far as balancing the available soil with the desired height.
Chair, if I may, before we go on, it is 11:22. We're getting close to the lunch hour, so we need to make a decision if we want to order lunch or not.
I think we can go quickly without lunch.
Okay, because we have another, the Parklet project after
Yeah,
this.
we hope that one can go maybe more quickly. Yeah, I'm sorry we spend so much time, but we really want to give these important projects to there. So does anybody change their position on the trees versus the parking lot shading? Board members Rosenberg and Shen, I heard you both sort of strongly supporting the shading the way it's presented. To me, to think that that tree might survive, it's a no-brainer to ask the applicant to very strongly try to keep it and use it for more shading. But I don't want to, if the tree's going to become a public hazard, we don't want that either. I don't know who to trust, but at least there's some conflict now or some debate.
Staff is very capable of working with urban forestry
Yeah.
to keep that tree to the degree that it's safe.
Yeah, I think once it's exposed and we can see, it'll be fairly obvious whether or not it's savable or not. My point is that I think it's not as clear as the arborist made it out to be, because we can't actually see what the scenario is underground.
Right. Unfortunately, they need to make plans and they just can't change back and forth. So.
Well, and that's why we've assumed a worst case scenario of the tree being removed. But I think that we could have conditions of approval that like relate to exploring that further. I bring it up because it does relate to the landscaping, but as our arborist noted, it is something that would have to be evaluated closer to, after the demolition is occurring.
I would just argue that in that regard, and I hate to put it so bluntly, I think that the city is going about it backwards then. If the worst case scenario for the client or for the applicant is to plan that tree stays, if you're like, oh yeah, you can remove that tree, and then all of a sudden halfway through this project, once they're in the middle of demo, you're like, just kidding, you have to keep it. That's an unfair burden to place on an applicant, to make them reorganize their parking structure or not parking structure, but their parking layout midstream. Either you tell them that they have to keep it and plan around it, and then it's like, oh, okay, it's gone, then they get more freedom. But to go the other direction is really putting an undue burden on them, in my opinion. I feel very strongly about that, actually.
I mean, it would be a matter of moving the landscape finger if it could be saved. So.
I'm sorry. Is it useful if I make a few comments concerning that landscape finger? This is Eric, the landscape architect.
Sure, go ahead.
Well, I just want to point out that tree 75 is sitting right on the edge of what could be a planted area, but if that parking lot needs to go in as it does, both for the parking and for fire access, we'll be pouring paving across 3/4 of the critical root zone. So, while it is true that we could see the root crown and make some evaluations around that, there's also just the reality of providing a functional circulation pattern and parking lot in that area. And if we were to protect the tree, at least per my understanding of what would be required, we would need to protect quite a substantial area around that tree, which would interfere with circulation and the parking lot, almost the entirety of that drive aisle.
Okay, point made. City's arborist, what do you think about that?
Again, the arborist did point out that he would recommend a larger protection zone around that tree than we would require. However, he also pointed out it's currently already paved over. So it's possible that we could preserve the pavement for part of the project. Anyway, yeah, my point is I don't feel like we can just write the tree off wholesale without actually looking at the root crown. If it's that important to the project that the parking lot B is there, then we would need to justify that. We've asked the arborist to justify the reasons for removal for the trees. Particularly, I'm concerned about 4 live oak street trees that are in the city right-of-way that are rated as a good possibility for preservation. And they're in a proposed landscape area, but they're still proposed to be all removed. And we haven't really seen any justification for that as to why, other than this is what we want to do. So we've asked them to supply that in their comments, so we just haven't seen the results
Okay,
yet.
well, look, if you don't mind, I think we've gone over
Yep.
this way too much. You'll have your opportunity to work with them on these street trees, and you have the authority to work that out. That's why we're leaving it to you. Colleagues, I think the issue of this tree number 75 is something staff is going to deal with best in the end. And I just don't see what more we can say about it. I don't think any of us will want to just absolutely say it has to be saved. Any of us want to make a firm stipulation otherwise. So I don't know what else to say. Let's try to cover the question about the colors, textures, and organization of the ins and outs on the facade. Board Member Adcock, can you maybe summarize concisely what you think we're asking for here?
Yes, so on the, I'll start with the colors. I think it is up to the applicant what color choices they make. I personally don't try to put my color choices on either my clients or to the applicants. But what's really important is that each choice has an architectural reasoning, and particularly when it's same, you know, the white is stucco, green is stucco, red is stucco. The red has architectural logic of why it is red and why it's different. The green and the white is very blurry, in my opinion. So if it is intended to be different, even if it's both are stucco, there should be a massing reason to do that, or articulation reason. It can't just be you know, we never change paint color on the same surface. Why are we changing color of stucco on the same surface? On the siding, I think the two moments of, you know, where the siding comes back, and I'm not even talking about the quality of the siding, just where the siding appears needs to be a stronger architectural logic. And similarly, when you go in and out like 2 or 3 feet, you know, that you're making the argument with the concession that you cannot do the 2 feet of planar changes, but then you're doing quite a lot of it in these little ins and outs where the hallways don't line up. That needs to be either cleaned up because it's more cost effective, or actually, if you need the concession for it, which you're asking for, then have it, you know, be architecturally clean in your design, and therefore higher quality in the design, even if you're not using the most highest quality materials.
Yeah, I was hoping for something more concise that we can actually make sense out of. But let's see what everybody else thinks about the colors, textures, and facade articulation. I think these colors are just not very complementary of each other. I mean, this green and this red don't quite work. When I look at your justification looking for brighter colors perhaps to match mobile home park brightness, these to me look like old mobile homes, a little bit washed out. And so I'd like to see you study the colors once more.
Particularly with integral color stucco, you won't have that bright colors. You know, it's a very highly pigmented, it would have to be a highly pigmented integral color stucco to get even that amount of red, or what amount of red we're seeing in the renders. So it is going to end up much more pastel-y than even what we're seeing on the board.
Yeah. No, I think it's integral. So you're saying these greens and reds are integrally colored?
That is what was
That's going to be
stated by
very
the
expensive
architect.
to do it that way.
Yeah.
And these are
Isn't that
Sherwin-Williams paints you're
what you
specifying.
stated?
Yeah, come up, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's part of the finish coat. It's an acrylic finish coat in the system. And basically it's a paint integrated with the finish coat. It's not all 3 layers like an old plaster stucco that you would see in a village. It's the finish layer is integral colored versus applying paint over the stucco. That's the system that I was describing.
Okay, well, I would like to see the colors revised to be more complementary of each other. That's how I would put it. I'd like to see higher quality materials used. I do not support the use of thin, hardy hardy board siding. I think it should be larger to get more of a texture line on it. They have one that's 3/4 of an inch thick, a horizontal siding board. And that's what you should be using here. Same standard as the rest of the town. That's what's high quality. Colleagues?
Yeah, I agree with that. The thicker material better. And concerned with the fact that some of these are like layered on materials that don't really change the dimension.
Yeah, that's
well.
that's what Board Member Adcock's been
Yeah.
talking about. That.
Yeah, I agree with that comment before too.
And the colors themselves, David, what do you think about
Well, I like the colors.
these colors here?
They're,
Look at it.
there's, yeah, good. Let me think about it.
Okay, so to staff, what Board Member Adcock is talking about is the logic of the materials on the surfaces as they go in and out and relate to the colors and relate to the buildings inside. There needs to be a stronger consistency where that is done, how it's treated. I think I haven't heard anyone say that 1 foot or 2 foot is the break point. It really just seems to be more of a logic behind how it's done, except for me. But I think the actual amount, the 2 foot, is not the issue. Anybody else add anything to that? No? Okay.
A little bit. I mean, I'm looking at this rendering here. And it has window shading, for example, which is going to be another element on the face of this building. And I'm confused as to whether it's just above the window or is it on both two sides, top and side, because that's a patterning piece that's very important to what's going on here. Could you explain that?
Yeah, we have it primarily on the south side, and it is L-shaped.
Okay.
And it should show, I think it's illustrated in the elevations and the renderings. Yeah, there's an example of it that adds another level of texture and also kind of a little bit of light play, shadow on the side toward the parking lot.
So, you're building in Mountain View. You have the metal facade that's. Okay. Yes, okay. That metal facade is the whole facade of one piece of the building. But here you're kind of layering a piece of metal onto basically a stucco structure below, or, as I see it, a section of this. It's not projecting at all, right? It is contiguous with the other material just about, but it's a layering.
Are you referring to the sunshades?
No, I'm referring to the metal over other material.
The metal over the other material.
Mhm.
We have metal. I'm sorry. Can I see the poster? Yeah, the development in Mountain View, there's 2 buildings not far from here on El Camino. Also affordable housing we did that both include the hardy panel on them, the same thickness, cement board siding, just for reference. One's 1101 El Camino, the other one's 950 El Camino. They're also affordable housing. It's a pretty typical material. So when the siding that's referenced there, the CFB siding, that's cement fiberboard siding. But we don't have any metal panel on the building. I guess that's what my confusion was. Were you referencing the metal sample that's there? That's a sample of the aluminum storefront. So the window system, it's just a finished sample for what the windows would be.
Oh.
Versus an actual siding component. Is that what your question was, David?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
You're using vinyl windows, by the way?
That's correct. Vinyl windows for the residential, and we have some storefront where we have larger ground floor windows.
And I don't know if I haven't looked for or found, or is the window inset, or what is it in relation to the surface?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. What we have, it has a panning frame on it. So it is recessed.
Mhm.
And that panning frame depth is generally about 2 inches.
2 inches, good. Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
which is what we
Yeah.
try to achieve. We used to have to do a recess, but now they've come up with a new way of doing it. So we get the 2 inches.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, thanks, David. Okay, our last item was regarding getting greater privacy for the ground floor units. We had suggested either raising the building or providing a more clear landscaping buffers. Is that a fair statement? We think the ground floor units need greater privacy?
Agreed, and I think it's up to the applicant and the city how they do it. And my concern with raising like 1 by 1 foot is it's probably not going to achieve, the glare issues, particularly given that some of the west facing windows go down to the floor. So I think it's more of the articulation of the windows and also the landscaping, because 1 foot is 12 feet of ramp or 20 feet of path. That's a lot for each one of these doors to have to address. And I'm worried we'll lose more landscaping when we try to get that much of ramping or sloped paths in trying to achieve a 1 foot raise. I think it's better to address the fenestration and also the landscaping directly outside of those windows to get that privacy.
But to be clear, they wouldn't need a ramp at every single entrance. They would just need to make sure that there was an accessible.
No,
point
they do at every
at
entrance.
every single
Yes.
entrance.
When it's a new building, every entrance and exit have to be accessible.
Okay, understood.
Yeah, those are challenges architects face routinely. It doesn't change my thinking that the way it's designed now is just really intolerable. You just can't have this many units at ground level right next to a parking lot. And so I don't know what the solution is. Landscaping may well be the answer. Some sort of privacy fencing. We see all kinds of things proposed to us.
Angled parking may also help, so the beams are not directly going into the,
That
I'm
might
just
help,
saying.
yeah. But I feel strongly that we should make a comment that right now it's not working.
Yeah, the west facing windows likely should not go to the ground and get that direct light in, at least get the ground floor windows up and then have a certain height of denser landscaping in that little strip to get that
So
privacy.
Staff, what we're always thinking about is things like car headlights, and then when somebody's walking by, what is their line of sight in and out? Are you watching somebody get dressed in their bedroom? If you are, then they're going to have the curtains closed all the time, and then it's much less pleasant to live there. If the configuration of the windows, if the elevation, if the way the pathway is outside is done well, those aren't problems. And I think that's what we're seeing here. It's just not been finished. To the applicant, do you want to address anything about that issue, or is it clear what we're saying?
So I just wanted to say that we have a standard for this ground level floor height when you're adjacent to a public right of way. We don't have that sort of objective standard when we're adjacent to parking lots, but I think that feels like what we might be designing right now. And so do we, we may not be able to apply that to this particular project because it's not an objective standard right this minute. We can certainly, request something of the applicant. But maybe we think about, do we want the same standard as a public right of way, or do we want something halfway the
Well,
same?
don't we have a standard though regarding landscaping in front of these units? I think that's in our objective standards. There's some privacy buffer there. There's a separate standard
One
regarding elevation.
adjacent to the common open space, I believe, or a public right of way, but not for.
So you wouldn't interpret a sidewalk next to the parking lot as a public right of way or a common open space? I mean,
No.
that seems to me something we should change then. But okay, I'm not sure we're being very good about
Yeah.
focusing every comment directly back to a standard, is because it's just so unclear what we're doing anyway. We're just trying to give comments that are useful.
The comment we're taking though is further evaluate the privacy of the ground floor units by raising the units by a foot, adding privacy fencing, revising the seals, or providing better landscaping to create the necessary privacy.
Seems like a fair summary. So the architect is with us. Is that a fair statement to ask you to do something about that? This is it, last time.
Yeah, we'll take it into consideration.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Okay, I think we've beaten this to death. Any other comments? Staff, have we given a good enough study session for this?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to take a 10-minute break and then we'll get back to this. So let's say 5 minutes to 12.
All right, thank you.
Back in session. Next item is parklets, study session to provide feedback on the pre-approved parklet designs and the associated draft user guide. Let's see, we have a staff report on that, and then we have an ad hoc committee that also worked with staff on it. Let's get the staff report first. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, members of the board. Ashwini Kantak. I'm with the City Manager's Office, and I'm joined by Hannah Chan Smith from Urban Planning Partners. And we're here really pleased to be coming to you, providing an update on the pre-approved parklet designs, as well as some proposed revisions that are associated with the feedback that we're incorporating from you. And that we will be bringing forward to council. So I think we're just getting the presentation. Okay, great. So just as a reminder, we came to you in February, and then we also met with the ad hoc committee, which was the chair and vice chair, on March 19th. And today what you'll see is we've really tried our best to incorporate the feedback both from the ARB and from the ad hoc committee. And again, incorporating that into the proposed parklet design, the pre-approved design, as well as standards, which we'll be bringing to council on June 3rd for approval. Okay, and I'll hand it off to Hannah to walk you through the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning or afternoon now. Not quite, almost afternoon. Okay. So just quick refresher that in 2020, Council implemented a pilot program for parklets, and multiple extensions have resulted in that pilot program being continued until July. In 2021, Council directed staff to develop an ongoing parklet program with input from the Architectural Review Board. In September 2023, Council adopted the ongoing program standards and fees and directed staff to develop a pre-approved parklet with the ARB. Just a quick reminder on parklet program scope and location. Parklets are permitted in the University Avenue downtown and California Avenue business districts, streets open to vehicular traffic. The closed street portion of Ramona Street is also part of the, parklets are also permitted on that portion. Parklets, this program does not extend to the closed street portion of California Avenue. We did just want to note, however, that staff will be discussing the option of carving out the closed street portion of Ramona and having a separate discussion about that, and staff will discuss that with council in June. So in February, we introduced the pre-approved parklet project and received feedback from the ARB on the ongoing parklet standards, including feedback on the gap between parklets, emergency access, setbacks, the enclosure height, roof requirements, planters, and furnishing regulations. We also received initial feedback on the pre-approved designs and heard from the board that flexibility and customization were important for the program. On March 19th, we met with an ad hoc committee with Chair Peter Balte and Vice Chair Kendra Rosenberg, and received additional feedback on parklet designs, including further discussion on including pressure-treated wood for platform materials. We heard continued support for a lower enclosure height and including planters in parklet designs. We also received some feedback on more detailed design components, including the post beam connections and providing angled brackets and bolted brackets, providing roof options, including a flat roof and shed roof, allowing a 12-inch overhang on the sidewalk and a 6-inch roof overhang on the other sides of the parklet, and to prohibit heavy roof materials as well as corrugated acrylic. Last week, on April 24th, we met with local stakeholders to provide an update on the changes to the ongoing parklet standards and receive additional feedback from the community. Some of the things we heard were to consider limits on colors, materials for parklets, such as very bright neon highlighter colors, implementing planter maintenance requirements, and to consider high quality vinyl shades between the enclosure and the roof. As a result of the feedback from the ARB and the ad hoc committee, staff will be proposing revisions to the ongoing parklet program standards for council consideration in June. And there are a handful of proposed revisions here covered in this table, including the gap between parklets. The current adopted standard is an 8-foot gap required between all parklets. We heard that from the ARB to consider reducing this gap, and staff will be proposing maintaining the 8-foot gap for parallel spaces, but reducing the gap to 6 feet between angled parklets. And that is consistent with the existing setbacks that are required whether you're beside a parklet or not, so that it's 3 feet for angled and 4 feet for parallel, no matter if you're next to anything or not. And so that will allow for easier transitions if a parklet is being added beside a parklet or removed beside a parklet. For the 3-foot emergency access every 20 feet, the current adopted standard is that the fire department may require parklets to implement a 3-foot gap in their parklet every 20 feet. And we heard from the ARB to clarify this requirement. And in discussing this standard, staff will be proposing to remove it, that the 8-foot and 6-foot gap between parklets should be sufficient for fire access. Roof height, the staff will propose implementing the ARB's suggestion to use the minimum head clearance of 7 foot 6 inches consistent with the building code, and implement a max height of 11 feet. Gutters and leaders will no longer be required, or will be proposed to no longer be required. And then the removal of furnishing standards as well. Planters are currently not permitted, and we heard the ARB and the ad hoc committee on the importance of planters, and staff will be proposing that planters made of wood, steel, plastic, and fiberglass would be permitted and incorporated into the designs alongside maintenance requirements. While staff have implemented most of the ARB's feedback, there are a couple areas that deviate from the ARB's recommendations, and we just wanted to discuss them briefly here. The first is roof overhangs. Currently, no roof overhangs are permitted, and the ARB recommended allowing a 12-inch overhang over the sidewalk and a 6-inch overhang on all other sides. Yes, there's a typo on the proposed standards. Apologies. Staff recommend that an overhang on the sidewalk in the travel lane would be permitted, however, limited to 6 inches. And this is described further in the staff report. But the limit of 6 inches over the sidewalk has to do with signage and not interfering with signage requirements or signage over the sidewalk, and then not permitting a overhang on the sides of the parklet is due to fire access and not encroaching into that 6-foot or 8-foot gap for fire. So the proposed standard would be to allow a 6-inch overhang over the sidewalk and a 6-inch overhang over the travel lane. Second, the setback from the rear edge of the angled parking space is currently 3 feet, and the ARB suggested considering reducing that to 2 feet to be consistent with the parallel parking space. Staff are recommending to maintain the standard of 3 feet due to safety in sight lines for turning vehicles from driveways and alleyways. And that's really due to angled parklets extending deeper into the travel lane, quite a bit deeper than parallel spaces. For the enclosure height, the current adopted standard is 42 inches. Staff recommend maintaining this standard due to safety concerns and maintaining the standard being tied to the guardrail requirement for 42 inches and 200-pound force requirement. There have also been, staff have also continued to develop the pre-approved parklet designs. The pre-approved parklets are being designed to be scaled to any size and will include options for parklets with a roof and without a roof, and to allow for maximum design flexibility and customization while still being pre-approved. The pre-approved designs will include shop drawings and a user guide that will provide step-by-step instructions for businesses to design their parklet using the pre-approved designs and submit their application. And pre-approved parklets will also have an expedited review and approval. So as mentioned, the parklet frame will be able to be scaled up to any size and accommodate the following configurations: a parklet with no roof, a parklet with a flat roof or shed roof, and then the roof design could be a solid roof, lattice roof, or fabric roof, and that would be compatible with flat and shed roofs. So starting off with, we're going to go into some of the kind of design for each of the parklet components, and starting with the framing. And so this would be the platform that the parklet would sit upon. And for materials, the staff have, we're recommending hot dipped galvanized light gauge steel and pressure treated wood with steel post connections. And there are a handful of considerations that we are going to kind of dive into here that we wanted to just highlight for the ARB's consideration as part of this discussion. So a couple of the key considerations that staff and the architect and engineers working on this have been considering are ADA compliance, and tall framing members cannot be used as the parklet floor. So the parklet needs to be flush with the sidewalk. The street slope from the edge of the parking space to the curb could result in a 3 to 4 inches of tapering, making stable post attachments difficult due to edge distance limitations. Bolting into the roadbed is not permitted. Curb heights also vary. Some may only be 4 inches tall, resulting with even less space for framing members, especially once the taper is incorporated. And then without detailed surveys of all parking spaces, curbs, and street slopes, the designs must make certain assumptions so that they'll be able to comply in different scenarios. A couple considerations for pressure treated wood. Again, due to curb heights, 4x6 framing spaced closely together would be required. Tapering these wood members by 3 inches would result in only ½ an inch at the outside edge of the spaces, making connections challenging. In conditions where the street slope would result in a tapered wood member of less than 1½ inches, wood cannot be used. Evaluating this will create complexities for business owners if they're needing to determine what their slope is and what their curb height is and how much tapering would be required. It adds a hurdle for business owners. Where the wood is tapered to 1.5 inches, heavy-duty steel angles would be required at the post connections. And may create a splitting condition over time. For galvanized lake gauge steel framing, steel channels as small as 1.5 inches can be used with much higher strength than wood. Post to joist connections can be done with a smaller edge distance, and slotted steel angles can be used to level the framing assembly for the street slope and distribute the load. Contractors may need to use a specialty subcontractor for the framing, but no special inspections would be required for the connections. And galvanizing the steel and detailing areas with penetrations will prevent the assemblies from rusting. Moving on to the roof coverings, like I mentioned a little earlier, options will include open framing, fabric shades, or a solid roof. And consistent with the ARB's feedback, permitted materials would include pressure-treated wood, exterior-grade wood, steel, fabric, corrugated metal, plywood with treatment, asphalt tiles, and wood shingles. And prohibited materials would include clay, porcelain tile, acrylic, corrugated plastic, vinyl, soft plastic, and tarps. For flooring, consistent with the ARB suggestion in maintaining flexibility and customization, any exterior rated materials would be permitted if they meet the minimum standard slip resistance. The prohibited materials would include metal, glass, and interior materials. The enclosure must meet the minimum standards detailed here. So the enclosure rail connections will be specified with the shop drawings to be at a 42-inch height and meet the 200-pound force requirement. However, the finishes could vary and per the desired design for the business and with any materials except for these not permitted materials of particle board, vinyl, and soft plastic or tarps, and the enclosure finish, any gaps within that shall be smaller than a 4-inch sphere. Planters in the pre-approved designs will be incorporated for parallel parking spaces at the sides of the parklet and on angled parking spaces along the travel edge, kind of running parallel to the travel lane. And permitted materials would be wood, steel, fiberglass, or plastic. Ongoing maintenance standards would be required. Sidewalls. A parklet could include a solid, transparent sidewall between the top of the enclosure and the underside of the roof, or open sidewalls. If it is solid, the material must be plexiglass, but if it's open, then pressure-treated wood or an exterior wood could be used. As mentioned, a user guide will be provided with the pre-approved designs, and they will provide businesses with step-by-step instructions for planning and designing a parklet using the pre-approved designs. The checklist is on page 97 of your packet, and it includes embedded checklists to ensure compliance with requirements, decision-making prompts, for critical design components, and My Parklet sections to record parklet details and specifications. A quick overview on the timeline. We are currently in May and targeting council in early June to bring forward the pre-approved designs and user guides. The adopted for the standards to go into effect on July 1st with a phased enforcement through November 1st. And that would allow parklets to remain open for the summer. It would align with the Emerson Street repaving and allow businesses to utilize the pre-approved designs in order to comply with the ongoing program standards. For discussion, we would appreciate feedback on the pre-approved designs, specifically calling out the platform frame, and then feedback on the user guide as well. And happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that presentation. Very thorough and enlightening. Board Member Rosenberg is going to give a brief summary or maybe just an agreement with what they've said regarding our ad hoc committee.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. Our ad hoc committee was on March 19th as stated and really covered all the sort of commentary that have been since addressed and were thoroughly presented in the presentation. So thank you for hitting those points. Additionally, I did want to mention that we had a conversation with Ashwini at our pre-council meeting. So we typically meet, the chair and the vice chair typically meet a couple days before, make sure that they're ready to go for the ARB formal hearing. So we did also cover some of this at that time as well. And the biggest topic of conversation at that one was in regards to the framing structure underneath, which I believe has been actually notably updated and comprehensively covered during this current presentation. So we're all up to the same point on that one right now. So that would be sort of the big ticket item that I would think is for discussion. Other than that, Board Member Balte, do you have anything to add?
No, I think it captures our meeting pretty well. Okay, colleagues, let's focus on things that we want to see changed further or that we think are not meeting the standards. I think, so we don't go over everything. There's no need to discuss things that we've already discussed that staff has put together unless we disagree.
Agreed. I'm wondering if maybe we start with the focus on the areas where there's deviations. There's 3 items in particular that deviated from our ARB recommendations. Should we start there?
Sure. I'll only just ask, does anybody have questions that are not on that list? In other words, the work of the ARB subcommittee, the ad hoc committee. We tried to represent what everybody thinks. Did we do a good job? Is it okay to let those go? Things like the height of the roofs
Yeah.
and the overhanging.
I just have some clarifying questions on the design, the pre-approved design
Sure.
thing. Should we go through that now or?
I was hoping not to do a round of questions, but rather accept it or tell us where we want to change it. If it's been accepted and it's okay, it's good. So go ahead,
All
ask
right,
whatever you like.
Couple of questions. So the roof framing on page 105, it says parklet roof framing material is light gauge steel or pressure treated wood. From your presentation, it looked like you were talking about steel, like structural steel tubes. And that's what the diagrams also indicate. But light gauge steel would be like, metal stud framing. Is that the intent? I want to make sure that's correctly worded.
So we're proposing not structural steel, but light gauge steel framing with C-channel. So it's kind of shown as almost tubular steel, but it is not envisioned to be steel. It's just pressure treated wood and light gauge steel framing.
So it'd be like exposed stud, like studs we use for walls, but without drywall. It would just be exposed steel. Am I understanding that correctly? That wouldn't be very pretty.
Yeah, I think that the terminology, we just want to be clear here because the light gauge stud framing looks like something that you want to hide with drywall,
Yes.
right?
Yes, and
Light
we've been
gauge steel would
talking.
mean that. So I want to, is that what we're intending?
Yeah, so we've been talking to the architect and I don't know if she's available. I know she had to go off to a meeting at around noon, but we did talk specifically that we want to make sure it looks good when it's, so it would be painted, but we did talk specifically about the details and it would look like it's steel, but it's not, right? What she explained was it's 2 C-channels, but in light gauge steel. That would be forming the framing.
I don't think that answered my question at all. Because
Ashwani, do you mind? This is Ali Afrasiabi, I'm engineer of the project. If I may add more clarity.
Yes. Please, sure, go ahead.
Sure, okay. Well, thank you for the opportunity to join the call. For the light gauge, that is correct. The C channel is one option, but there are many other options that can be used. The load on these roofs are very low, so it doesn't need to be some bulky structures. And they can be combined to create a channel, like you can have 2 channels connected together. It can come up with some sort of a tube shape type things. And then also there are other sections we can use, like angle shapes, and then you can only see the plate and you can take care of the load. So it depends on the options. We can come up with variety of the section and it can be presented. But for this presentation specifically, because it was general, we didn't get into the detail to present the section.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, because the diagrams also made it look like, or on your presentation, like unistrut framing, like there's all three different things, right? Unistruts versus light gauge versus tubular steel, even if it's a 2x2. So I want to make sure, like, because light gauge standard C channels with the slots and all do not look pretty, and I don't think that we want that to be.
I agree with you. Just for clarifying on terminology, the light gauge steel, based on American Steel Society, anything lighter than quarter inch, it can be considered, eighth of an inch can be considered light gauge, and thicker than that, it will be steel. So it's a different design criteria and an application. So when we specify light gauge is about the thickness, not specifically the C channel or what they use for bracing of mechanical equipment. That's not the intent. And then as far as the holes or anything, usually you see the holes when you want to pass the duct or any equipment, but they're one that is solid. And also some light gauge steel, they can be bent in small shop with whatever shape is needed. So yeah, there are many variety of the shapes and sections.
So if I could clarify, board members, so what your concern really is that it should be looking good and not the kind of framing that's used for walls with the slots.
Mhm.
And we'll make a note of that, and we'll be making sure that what's out there, I mean, obviously we're putting in a lot of effort into this. We want to make sure that the pre-approved designs look good.
Right.
So we'll make a note of that.
Yeah, I think clarifying that terminology would be very helpful. One other question on the very last page, there's that detail sketch and not quite sure what the intent of that is. It's for the guardrail, but it has a footing, and from your presentation, we are not going to have any footings on the street. So can you clarify what this guardrail detail is about?
Which page?
On the very last page of the package on 124.
Hannah, do you mind share the package? Because I don't have it here.
Yes, Ali, I will.
Yeah.
Ali, I will send it to you, but just so for clarification, I can share my screen. Okay. All right. I will share my screen. This is a sketch that was part of a analysis completed by Siegfried Engineering earlier. I think it was last summer, in evaluating traffic protection options. And they were describing what might be required to implement a rail that could withstand a 6,000-pound force. So this is an attachment from a memo that is really just for context. Yes, there will be no footings permitted as part of custom parklets or pre-approved parklets.
And just for clarification, the reason this was referenced was the original memo also talked about planters, and that was the basis for the recommendation initially, not to include planters. But the memo really referenced certain types of planters with certain materials that could be potential hazards. And so we asked the engineer to provide an analysis kind of following up on that, which allowed us to recommend the use of planters. And so that's why it's just added as a reference, because it was tying to the previous analysis. But the footing part you can at this point ignore. It's not relevant to the recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Can I
Last one, sorry, on page 86, it says parklets, sorry, shall integrate and or incorporate vegetation into enclosure at least every 6 feet. Is that intentional? Because none of the diagrams, they have planters at the end, so we're not going to be incorporating planting every 6 feet.
Yes, that needs to be updated depending on where the final designs end up.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, to be clear, there is no requirement for planting, right? Needs to be eliminated, not updated.
We're just allowing planters
You're
now to
allowing, but
be,
you're
to
not, we're
be
not requiring.
accommodated, right? to be
Previously, we
incorporated.
required
Right.
every 6 feet.
Yes, for the
says right here.
for the custom, they'll be permitted. The pre-approved designs based on the ARB's feedback are being designed to where you see the planters on the diagrams, though the planters won't be part of the shop drawings or anything, but the parklets will be designed to have a space there available for planters to be installed.
Yeah. This is just what it is, gang. That's sort of the best we could do.
I don't understand. Under, on page 9, now the parklet post materials, you're not allowing steel tubular steel to be used in parklets here? It says just either light gauge steel or treated wood.
I think, David, that's a matter of definition. You just heard the engineer just explained. And how's your hearing, David? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
The engineer just explained that light gauge steel technically is anything less than 1/4 of an inch thick. So any steel tube, a lot of steel tube is 1/8 of an inch or something. So I think we're just at cross definitions here is what my understanding is. And staff said they intend to clarify light gauge steel is not drywall framing for office buildings, but rather
Yeah.
nicer looking assemblies.
So if they do offer the light gauge steel, does that eliminate tubular steel?
Only if it's greater than 1/4 inch thickness. And staff may want to revisit those definitions.
And I think they must really.
If I may add something here is that we are limited with the light gauge steel and pressure treated wood at the base. It is possible to use steel like 1/4 inch thick steel or 3/8 of inch steel as a post, but then we have to revisit the base because you cannot connect that thick of a steel to something light gauge. Then we have to enhance the base. So it's kind of a ripple effect. If you want to use thicker steel, we can go ahead and look at the different option at the base, but the load and criteria is not that high that is necessary. So it will be over designed. That's why we didn't include it.
And just to clarify, this is for the pre-approved design. So ultimately, the pre-approved designs will include a light gauge steel option and a pressure treated wood that will be represented in the shop drawings. And, the thickness of that steel, all of that will be worked out in advance, as a result of our conversation today and incorporated into the shop drawings. For a custom parklet, a business could go forward with, any number of material options, but these will be what is provided in the pre-approved options. Does that make sense? Or is that clearer?
Yeah, these standards are not prohibiting someone from proposing anything they want and getting a
Right.
permit on it. So I think the term light gauge steel is just catching us all because it has such a certain material we're used to. But the engineer is correct on his definition, I believe.
Yeah, can I ask a question about the planters? So for the planter locations, on your diagram, the angled parking, you show it along the street. Is it within the 3-foot clearance or is actually in the maximum area that they're allowed?
It still allows for the buffer, so nothing can kind of encroach into the buffer space. It's just that with angle spaces, you have a lot more depth. So we're able to put the planters along, like parallel to the travel lanes. Whereas with the parallel parking spaces, it's already pretty narrow, which is why we're proposing the planters on the 2 edges. But it won't be encroaching into the buffer from the travel lane.
Buffer.
Yeah,
is
it's
To
outside.
clarify, it would encroach into the potential seating space.
Yes, yes.
But then which means it It is also acceptable to have two ends, the planters on both ends of the angled parking? Is it
You
correct?
could, yeah.
Yes, they could, as long as it doesn't encroach into the setbacks. But within the footprint of the parklet, they could put planters there.
Mhm. Okay, because right now it seems like you only give options for the end options to the parallel parking instead of the angled parking.
And the way the framing is designed, board member, it does allow them to scale up. So that could be their preference if they didn't want to, accommodate the planters. They could scale up accordingly.
Thank you.
The dimension of the perimeter walls,
The height of those walls?
yes.
Well,
What, did you lose your,
the building official, George Hoyt, came back and just said
you can't do anything less
he
than 42?
considers less than 42 inches too dangerous, public safety issue.
Uh-huh.
And I
What can we
consider it
do?
a loss of opportunity for greater visual transparency, but that's the way it is.
Well,
And also safety is like in terms of all of the, the view angles that is the reason why the parklets are so small. But if you have a 42-inch high and you all plus this up to 6 inches of curb, that's 4 feet high. If I'm driving in a short car, I'm not seeing over the 48, right?
No, it's a real loss
Yeah.
of public benefit to
Right.
having these parklets.
no, but is it possible to redesign the perimeters, especially the outside perimeter where the longer length of it, to have a structural bar at that point, but to have it open between there and say 36
Well, I
inches?
believe that's allowed by the standard, as we were explained. Can you verify?
That would be allowed as long as it meets the 4-inch sphere requirement. That there's no gap larger than a 4-inch sphere.
They're applying the building code requirement for guardrails without the 30-inch grade difference.
Yeah.
So it's the 4-inch sphere, it's the 42-inch height, it's the 200-pound lateral load. This is a situation where you don't have 30-inch grade difference, you have 6,000-pound lateral load if you're trying to be serious about it. And you don't have a 30-inch grade difference, so the 4-inch sphere doesn't matter. But that's the standard right now, and the building official seems to feel pretty strong about it. It's very unclear to me how you're going to get plexiglass to withstand a 200 pounds lateral force if you want a transparent barrier, but you might make something like a metal guardrail, a fence.
Yeah, the plexiglass would go over on top of the guardrail. It wouldn't provide a structural.
Something has
element.
to provide the structure.
Yeah, the guardrail would have to.
But I don't know if we want to die on this hill again. I mean, it's really unfortunate, but I think this is the process. This is everybody in the city chiming in. This is the compromise that we're all reaching, and it's good stuff here still. I can tell you all that as of 2 days ago, they were saying that the structure of the platform, that's the piece that's built on top of the asphalt, had to be made out of light gauge steel. And Board Member Rosenberg and I pushed back fairly strongly that they need an option to allow that to be made with pressure treated wood. What I see in this report now is that that's allowed. It seems to be saying provided the pressure treated wood is never less than 1.5 inches thick, which seems to make sense to me. And I can support that, and I greatly appreciate your flexibility and cooperation. I think that's a really important and well-made standard now. Board Member Rosenberg, you're on the same page as that?
Yeah, I'm on the same page as that, and I do appreciate the amount of work that went into that within the past 2 days, because we looked at that 48 hours ago, and what was presented today seemed very fair, reasonable, applicable, and it really gives people the flexibility that they need to build these things. Do you guys mind if I really would like to touch base on those 3 items that are differentiating from what the ARB had recommended, and just go through them one by one very quickly and make sure that we are all on the same page, that we're good with these 3 points. Is that okay with you guys? I just want to list it, OCD style. Would you mind pulling those up on the screen, please? Perfect. So for the roof overhangs, and again, this was per the meeting we had 2 days ago, it was very clear that the fire department, and again, this portion, I'm going to highlight this really quick. This portion here is not quite written accurately, which is all right, but I'm assuming that'll get updated soon. So the roof overhangs, just to my fellow board members, 12 inches over the sidewalk, 6 inches over the drive aisle, and nothing on the sides. Can we just assume that everyone's okay with that, since it's a fire standard and that is what it is?
Thought I heard them say 6 inches over the sidewalk, not 12.
No. Oh. Is it 12 inches or 6 inches over the sidewalk?
6 inches on the sidewalk
6
and
inches on
6
sidewalk.
inches on the travel lane
On
side.
traffic lines.
And no overhang on the other two sides
other two
because
sides.
that then encroaches into the passage that we need for emergency access. So if you had a 6 inch and 6 inch, that would take away a foot of emergency access. So fire staff did not feel comfortable with that, and that's what we're proposing.
Understood. Fellow board members okay with this? Move on to the next one. Okay, setback from the rear edge of the angled parking space. Again, this is sort of a fire issue that they required. We had asked for a 2-foot reduction to get it a little bit more space. And they said that really they needed that 3 feet for safety, sightlines, and turning vehicles. Can we allow that one to proceed? It is what it is. Okay. And then
Sorry,
ahead,
on that one,
please.
if there's the planter is outside of that 3 feet, as we just discussed.
Correct.
Can the, businesses choose not to have the planter and gain that 3 feet? Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. And then lastly, that enclosure height, that's the 42-inch enclosure. And this is why I wanted to circle back to this. So consider reducing the height. The staff did not recommend, the city architect did not recommend. So we are going to be required to maintain typical building code guardrail guidelines of 42 inches tall from the finished floor of the platform, a 200-pound overturning force. And also in that's not quite noted here, is that it's going to have to prevent the passage of a 4-inch sphere. So again, just per usual building codes that we all deal with every day, but that's where they landed. And I think that we should just be okay with that and move forward. Okay, was there anything else? All right, well, thank you guys for humoring me and just going through this one by one. I wanted to make sure that we really tackled those items that were different from what we had hoped for. So, thank you.
Staff, do you want a motion or a vote on this, or where do we stand? What do you need?
Can I ask a question before we go there? On the sidewalls, on the plexi, is it intended that it's clear plexi only, not tinted? Because I think that should be stated on the, because it says plexi, which you could have a variety of colors.
Do you have a problem with tinted plexiglass?
I don't, but if the city is intending a standard, I would like that to be stated.
I have no problem with it, but it's worth noting that we have not stipulated any regulation on colors, patterns, things like that. At least one member of the community, or the people they spoke to, felt that we should be doing that. I think we've talked about that numerous times and every time circled back to not wanting to go there. So you're kind of going there.
Well, particularly from these diagrams of, for safety, not so much.
True.
I'm sorry, for safety, not so much the choices of colors, but the heights, the setbacks are all based on the diagonal visibility as you're driving. And so if it's tinted, then it's like what level of tinting is acceptable. And same with the sidewall with the wood slats. Is there a minimum percentage open? It should be for visibility. Those are all safety related questions more than architectural color choices.
So you're talking above the 42
Right,
inches.
yeah,
Should be transparent to some minimum amount.
yes.
Do we have a definition of how open those sidewalls need to be?
We can include that to show, because again, it's solid, see-through, and then a percentage. We can include the percentage.
Yeah, that's a good point also, is that there's a tint color, which would be like a darkness per se. There's an opacity, sandblasted versus clear, and then there's a lattice, which would have how much percentage is open versus closed. So just making sure we cover those options.
Just if I may, because you mentioned a recommendation, I do want to note that we do need to provide the opportunity for public comment. I don't know that we have anybody, but we do need to provide that. We also did notice this as a study session, so I don't know that we want a formal recommendation, but if we have a general consensus summary, I think that's fine.
Okay, so let's open our hearing to public comment. Staff, do we have anybody who wishes to address us on this item?
No, I have no request to speak.
Okay, I'm looking around the room. I don't see any raised hands, so we'll close this to public comment. Okay, I would like to get a motion that we support staff's work on this.
Could I ask a detailed question in between, because you're going to the end here, right?
Go ahead, of course.
Yeah, I'm concerned about how you treat the connection under parklet design page here. Item 3, platform, the illustration of the.
Packet page 82.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so is it going to be required that there is this grating at the edge there in all cases? Okay, even in small parklets, huh? You know, it doesn't go up in detail here very large, right? It's very tight detail. This is probably an expensive item to have to cut this piece down to size, you know, of a grating like that. And I did see a kind of a metal overlap where one situation extended over the sidewalk itself, the curb slightly. And it was only a half inch thick, or even less than that, which would allow handicap accessibility. Is this an absolute requirement on all? Yeah. I can understand it's important to have drainage, you know, but this is a pretty tricky detail here, this one, and it might have to alter the location of vertical structures, etc. I'm worried about it, just because all sidewalks are not absolutely square all the way. So you might have a problem with it bending to the shape of the sidewalk. I think it's worth looking at again. You know, I really do, especially on a smaller parklet where you could easily get where the water will flow through from the side, and you could easily get a hose to clean out the area. And I don't think that it actually helps you that much to have a grading here. Does anybody else have
well,
a
Board
feeling
Member
about
Hirsch,
that?
I think we discussed this with Public Works, and this was again a compromise. Public Works is very concerned that the curb drainage swale, essentially where the curb and the road meet, the road is sloped to the curb, function as a drainage passageway up and down the streets. And the parklets will facilitate those spaces getting clogged with debris. And the grate lets that be cleaned and maintained. Their standard was that you couldn't, they were somehow making parklets impossible by having to keep that drainage standard clean. And so I think we proposed to them to have some sort of grate to allow it to be cleaned. And that's where this came from.
It did?
Yeah. And I think that's a reasonable request, that you have some way of maintaining the drainage passageway.
So what do you do here?
You can
hose through it?
Yeah, or just lift it up and scoop out the leaves.
Is it removable?
Well, it doesn't specifically say removable or not removable, but if I were building it, I would just drop it into place.
I think it's going to be a problem.
A problem because of cost, or
partly because of cost, partly because of detailing, partly because of the slope of the sidewalk edge.
We're kind of going sideways on that question though, because I'm pretty sure staff, did we already address this once?
Of course, the problem. You did?
When we were initially looking at the standards between 2021 and 2022, yes, I believe it was a compromise to find a way to make parklets work. with drainage and allow for drainage and the ability to clean up debris. So yes, the grates are intended to be removable.
Oh. Can you accept that, David? Is that a reasonable compromise to?
Well, I'll back down on it, but I think that, you're structuring, we can't put any structure into the street, but we're putting a structure into the sidewalk itself, the sidewall of the sidewalk.
Yeah, there's a logical inconsistency there. If you're bolting angle iron to the curb, but you can't touch the pavement.
Yeah.
We're just trying to reach a compromise thing that everybody puts together and get these poor business owners a clear standard.
I think it may create more problems than it solves.
Yeah, your point is well taken, and it's a tricky detail to make.
Mhm.
And it requires some careful contracting, but certainly can be done.
Okay, I'll just leave it right there.
Okay, that's.
I move to support the parklet design as is thus presented.
Second.
Okay, so moved and seconded. Why don't we just have a quick vote on that, please?
Board Member Adcock,
Yes.
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Board Member Hirsch,
Go on to the next person. I'm thinking about the 33 inches versus, the outer wall.
Fair enough. yeah.
So I'm going to represent it.
So is that a no?
Kendra,
Go ahead.
she's asking you to
I'm gonna
vote. You have
say
to vote.
yes. No, he's not voting. That's why I'm
No, no,
asking.
but that's okay. I'm allowing
I-
her.
I
She
will-
may change the order.
I
of vote.
support it.
I want to.
Chair Balte,
I vote yes.
Board Member Hirsch,
Deferring my vote.
You
at
can
this point.
abstain, yes or no. So you're abstaining?
No, I'm deferring my vote until the rest of you.
Everybody else voted yes.
Okay. Okay, then I want the opportunity to explain.
Well, why don't you vote no?
So I'm voting no.
Okay, so
Specifically
no,
about the.
hold on, finish the vote,
Yeah.
please.
motion carries 4-1.
Okay, Board Member Hirsch, would you like to address your
Yes,
dissenting vote?
I think that we should have been tougher on the idea of the height of the railing, that it could still be done in a manner where you protect the guardrail regulation. You could define the guardrail regulation, but that there can be more transparency than we've been proposing here. It's a possibility that the top of that could be left open and that you follow the guardrail requirements. That is to say, with either bars that connect through or cable that connects through. There's possibilities of detailing that so that it would work.
Great, thank you for that statement and for your sincerity. With that, we're going to move on to the next items, which are motions for the minutes from December 7th, 2023. Can I have a motion or any corrections, please?
I have one minor correction on page 131,
Okay,
right in the middle of the page where Chair Balti thanked Mr. Galbraith for his honest answer and asked for any other council questions. I would like to correct that to board.
Can you note which page of the package you're referencing?
131.
Page 131.
Okay, thanks. And what was the,
Right in the middle, on the right side where we're called council, we're not council, we're the board. Thank you.
okay.
any other changes? Comments? If not, can I get a motion, please?
Motion to approve?
Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Can we have a vote, please?
Board Member Adcock,
Yes.
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Board Member Hirsch,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rosenberg,
Yes.
Chair Balte.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Next item is review of board meeting minutes from December 21st. Do we have any comments, corrections, or can I get motions, please?
Motion to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Rosenberg. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Adcock. Can we have a vote, please?
Board Member Adcock,
Yes.
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Board Member Hirsch,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rosenberg,
Yes.
Chair Balte,
Yes.
motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Next item is board member questions, comments, and announcements. We have an announcement, I believe, from board members Rosenberg and Adcock regarding an ad hoc presentation they attended.
We appreciate the board's time and we'll try and keep this brief. We did have an ad hoc meeting that was a preliminary review of a school that came forward at 1066 East Meadow. Based on that preliminary review that had been before the board during a public hearing, they wanted an extra level of feedback directly from the board. So we set up an ad hoc with them to meet so that when they were making a decision which direction to go, they felt like they had a more sure footing. They came to us and presented two potential ideas for the redesign of the school. They reduced the square footage by almost half. They really cut the project scope down quite significantly and came forward with two potential projects, one being a single story, the other being a 2-story. Both seemed amenable to us. We did have a slight preference of one over the other, but again, we cannot speak for the board as a whole. And both potential projects were in good shape and heading in a decent direction. So we left them with that commentary. Board Member Adcock, did you have anything to add?
And just a few other comments on the improvements on the design. What, based on our feedback, was the exterior material. They had previously presented EFS, and they are proposing vertical siding material. And also, one of our major concerns was about kind of the plinth and the safety and adjacent to the driveway. So they've lowered the walkway to be at grade versus up on the plinth. And the other improvements, or they were more like zoning related than us really, but about the height of the building, they've reduced it to 35 feet from grade versus from the plinth that was discussed previously. And in the two options, is the 1-story or 2, they in either the reduction in square footage is also reducing the grade levels that would be on that site to preschool through kindergarten only. So they have eliminated rooftop playground, but in the single-story option, they would have that interior playground only that previously they had proposed as preschool playground, but it would be schedule staggered for both preschool and kindergarten, versus the 2-story option obviously left a little bit more site space for a separate kindergarten playground. So we had positive feedback on both options.
Can I ask, the site planning, you aren't mentioning it at all. Are they keeping the footprint basically where it was?
Yes, the single-story option was pretty much the same footprint. The 2-story option took away some of that footprint to have an on-grade playground for a kindergarten. But the shape and orientation is the same as what they had before. They did show their sun studies to further reinforce their site orientation, that it would the playground would be mostly sunny with a little bit of shading by the building itself for most of the school day and throughout most of the school year.
Okay. How about the circulation
Sorry,
and parking?
I do want to avoid a back and forth discussion on this.
Correct.
It's really
All right.
just meant to be a report out.
Right,
Okay.
it really is a report out, and we do want to keep it high level because what we saw in that meeting may not be what comes before us. So
So
the
this is
goal
coming
is
back to us then.
correct.
Yes,
It's not.
This will
not
come in as a formal application, so this is
Correct.
just a report out from the ad hoc.
Okay, good.
I see no
Fine.
problem. I'm
appreciate.
sorry, I see no problem with his questions though. I mean, just asking
we-
what you saw is fine.
Okay.
It's a
But it's not
back
a-
and forth discussion
Not a back
about
and
a
forth.
project.
No, we're not.
He is
cribbing,
asking questions and
just
there is
asking
responses.
a response.
Yeah.
My hesitation is also the fact that what was shown to us in that meeting was absolutely preliminary. Which direction are we going to go? And I don't want to over present for them when they're not here. So the goal is really to just relay what we discussed with them. We did not necessarily cover internal circulation much, just to answer that point, because they were so preliminary. So really, it was more focused on single story versus two-story, which direction to go. And yes, their site planning was pretty similar to what we had seen previously. But I do think it's appropriate to sort of leave that there for the reporting out, because we'd like to allow them the opportunity to come back with an unbiased view from us as to what they decided to do.
Well, I think asking a question regarding what you saw isn't out of order for
No.
this.
Agreed. And to answer the question, it's they just weren't that far along. They didn't have the internals. So
Okay.
we saw really, it was
That's
very
fine.
schematic site planning.
Thank you both for your work. I feel really good about having you
Shall we
represent-
report on the ad hoc that David and I met? What was that, 800 San Antonio? It is coming
That
back.
was the post-hearing that was noticed, so we'll have
Okay.
minutes for
Yeah,
that.
no, I don't want to hear that one today. Thank you. We'll do that.
Okay,
Thank
all
you.
right, thank you.
With that, we've completed our agenda. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.